It's
Yes.
coordinating.
Yeah, she's very firm. So here you have all this kind of like the knots that I was talking about. So you have the local economy, agricultural practices, they influence local economy. And here you have drivers that you can turn on or off. And you see that something changes. So it's a dynamic structure. Well, in order to do this, we need all these concept nodes. And we need the relationships between them. So that's what we're going to do. Here. So in the Miro board.
Oh, we stopped seeing it.
Oh. Oh, just like,
yeah,
that's easier. Yeah. So yes, in the Miro board, you can see for today that we have this interview boards for each of the interviews that we can conduct. You see different steps drawn here. I will get to them in a second. But here you see I already put in some of the concept nodes which are about challenges and opportunities for climate change adaptation in Gothenburg and Mölndal. So you see here already some concepts. Some are from literature, and some are from the talks we had on Monday, from Dick from Gothenburg and Lisa from Mölndal. Well, they also will be there later. So the first step is to look at these concepts and to see, well, are they complete? Are there more challenges that I did not write here or that are that come up with the stakeholders? So there you have some time to do that first. If you are kind of like satisfied with the concepts, I would like to ask you to discuss and select one key concept, and you can drag it to the space below. So that's here, and put it in the center. I just take this existing infrastructure as an example. So, and then we go to step 3 and step 4, which differ from each other because the first question is which concepts have a direct relationship with the key concept that we just dragged down. So first, we're gonna put this, for example, here. If we say, okay, biodiversity has a direct link, you can use here the dot or the arrow. Biodiversity has a direct link with existing infrastructure. This is just an example. I don't know the logic about this, but and this is how you can create. So first you gonna select the concepts that have a direct influence on the key concept. Afterwards, we're gonna go back to 3, which concepts are directly influenced by this concept. So then we're gonna select like cloudbursts, because existing infrastructure, of course, has a relationship with cloudburst. Well, and this is how you're going to build the model or your own cognitive map together with stakeholders. So it's a co-production process. You can do this together with stakeholders. And with this, you will form a cognitive map with a lot of feedback loops, hopefully. And the most important thing to keep in mind is why are the stakeholders, why is this relationship here? Why do I think this relationship here? So how come that existing infrastructure has an influence on cloudbursts? So this is the first part, and then take a little break. And then you can select even more concepts to, if you think, okay, something is missing, we need more concepts, or then you can make them in. And then at step 7, we zoom out a little bit. So then we should say, okay, the base is now done. Which relationships that we've drawn here are strongest? Because usually if we're going to go to tomorrow with trying to come up with some solutions, usually the strong relationships, there's something in there. So maybe adaptation maybe it's a good idea to strengthen strong relationships if they are positive relationships, or weaken weak relationships if they are negative. So with this, we can try to see where the strong and weaker relationships are. And then in the end, you will be guided to a breakout room to discuss your different mind maps. So like the key findings that you have. And then I think we'll see that we will have completely different mind maps, which show that, well, we all have a different logic on adaptation and on our system around us. So this is what we're gonna do. Do you have questions?
Are I don't understand entirely how it's related with the interviews. So do we do this with the stakeholders or? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I made groups. So I'm gonna share that when they're in. So you're all in a group with a stakeholder, and then this is like the structured way of interview. So instead of asking the relationships, you're gonna visualize it directly.
Okay.
Yeah, and the concept, like the first part, for example, you can ask the stakeholder, like, okay, what is the main challenge, or kind of get back to Monday, maybe even like what were the main insights, and map those, right? That could be an example of the start. Or
Yeah, that's what the first, like, right, the brainstorming first part. Yeah.
So you can map that together with the person, like, okay, could we look back? What was the most important thing you think that you mentioned, shared with us on Monday? And then you can write it down on the post-its, and then you can look together, okay, what is the key challenge that we want to tackle? And then place that in a circle, well, all the following steps. The stakeholders are going to come in at 9:30, right?
Yes.
So in a little bit. And we have to see, based on how many stakeholders, if we have the 3 of you, how to group you. Yeah, I mean, if you have any questions on how to do that, or of course we want you to feel most confident with it or comfortable, and it's a new model, it's a new workshop for you, so I can imagine it's a little bit quick to, of course, fully get it, but me and Lotte are here, and I see that Monica, she's coming in. Can accept her. Maybe
Maybe just
what do you think if we also go over this briefly, the mirror board with the stakeholders?
Yeah. And just changing the groups and also put you in. Yeah.
Hi, Anna and Monica.
Hi.
Thank you for coming.
Mm.
How are you? How are you doing today?
Very fine.
Good,
Thank you. And you?
Good. Oh, great. Oh, very nice. Great that you're here. We just kick-started with some explanation and some check-in with the students. Today we have this workshop was facilitated with, by Lotte. So she's fixing some groups, and then she can also let you know as well what are we going to do. But wanted to say thank you for coming in and for sharing with us your time. I see there is someone, an iPhone that joined in. Is that one of you? With a sound?
It might be me, Lisa.
Oh, Lisa, it's you. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, hello, Dick. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank
See
you.
Yes, great. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
Good.
Has been good days so far?
Yes,
Definitely.
yeah,
Yeah, great,
very,
great.
very exciting. Oh, I will admit more people. Yes. Um, okay. Lisa, are we expecting more people?
Yes, we'll check.
To see if we're complete. Yeah. Okay, two more people came in.
Yeah.
Hi, hello. I'm Rain and Julia and Helena. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. We are still waiting a little bit for everyone, making sure everyone is here, and then we will start.
If I now. Oh, and Lisa, you're on the iPhone.
Yeah.
Yes, all right. Okay. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today in this Climate Cafe and for taking some time to create with us or share your knowledge on the cities of Gothenburg and Mölndal. We've been virtually visiting the city already, but we would like, of course, also to have a little bit more insight in who are you and how you see climate change adaptation in the city of Gothenburg and Mölndal. So thank you very much for joining us today. We will be splitting up in groups today. And within the groups, we're gonna use the methodology of fuzzy cognitive mapping. And actually what it means is that we are gonna try to make a mental model of the system of climate change adaptation. Well, that sounds way more complicated than it is, because we're actually have just a few steps to follow, and then we can see how the important concepts that are related to climate change adaptation are related to each other. And if we know about a bit more about the relationships, we can see where to intervene in a system. So if you implement a measure somewhere, what is the effect on the rest of the system? Ideally, that's the goal. I'm gonna share my screen and show you how this looks like, because this is just a very theoretical way of expressing. So here you can see what the end product of such a cognitive map looks like. So this is an example in the Netherlands, where it was in an agricultural area. So you can see that agricultural practice influenced the local economy, but the local economy also influences awareness and so on. So you see the system. And there are a few drivers that drive change. So if we look like, okay, maybe we should introduce alternative business models, you can see that they're changed. But if we don't do that, then there's something else happening. And with technology, there also something is happening. So this is how this Visually Cognitive map looks like. So today, we're going to make the outline of this cognitive map in a Miro board. You see the Miro board now.
I will send the login and the
Okay.
link again.
Yeah. So here you can see 9 steps that we're gonna take in a coming hour. So the first step is about brainstorming, and the next step is about creating the mental model in the area below. But we'll do that in different groups. So maybe we should make the breakout groups. And I here have the group. Yes.
Yeah, so it's good to mention, of course, that we are here with 3 students that joined us this morning, and I will be joining one of the breakouts as well with one of you. And we are looking at ways we can, of course, make these breakout rooms now based on who's here. So this is the proposal, right, Lotte?
Yeah, so here we have group 1, and here we have group 2. Let's see. We can
make the breakouts. Yeah. Before that, should we do a small introduction round? Maybe it's nice to hear while we're setting up the breakout rooms, who is who and who is here today. So it would be great to just shortly, introduce each other, get to know each other just very quickly. I think it's nice to do it in the plenary, that everyone knows a little bit the group. I can start. My name is Gabriela, and together with Lotte, I'm facilitating this ClimateCafé the whole week, and I've been also involved in organizing the ClimateCafé. I work for the Hanze University as a coordinator on the innovation lab on climate adaptation. And that is in short me. And I also have a design and art background. So, yeah. I don't know, whoever likes can take the floor after me.
Yeah, sure. I'll step in here. My name is Björn Lagerdal. I'm at the County Administrative Board for Västra Götaland. And I'm also been involved in organizing this week, and I'm really looking forward to these interviews and these sessions. So I think it's going to be great. Thanks.
Yeah, I can take the next one. My name is Anna Gergieva-Lagell, and I'm also with the County Administrative Board, and I'm a coordinator for climate change adaptation. I'm in the civil contingencies unit at the community department. So I'm also, since I'm coordinator climate change adaptation, I'm really excited about this week as well, of course. So it will be really interesting to be interviewed today as well. Thank you.
Well, I can take over. My name is Monica Dahlberg, and I'm a secretary at the Water Council of Mölndal that has been part of this water co-governance project under these years. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Helena Norin, and I am the second vice chairman of the Climate and Environment Committee in the city of Gothenburg, and I'm also a substitute in the city council. I'm from the Green Party.
Okay. Thank you for being here.
And I can introduce myself now. Dick Carlson. I'm from the Department of Sanitary Waste and Water in Gothenburg. And I'm project manager for the city's work with cloudburst managing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can be next. My name is Lisa. I'm out walking because I have my kids at home and I can't start my video on the phone. So I'm going to try to set that later. I'm working at the city planning office with the climate adaptation and focusing on the like flooding and that sort of things. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I could go next. I'm Thomas Attema. I'm a Dutch student from the Hanze University of Groningen, and I'm 2 weeks from my graduation at urban planning and climate adaptation.
Thanks, Thomas.
My name is Serkan Westerhuis. I'm also 2 weeks. I have 2 weeks left for my graduation in civil engineering, and I just in 2 weeks I'm going to graduate. I did the research about floating solar parks, and yeah, live in the Netherlands right now.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Gianluca. I'm a student at GU, a master student in marine sciences and physical oceanography, but I studied double bachelor's degree in marine and environmental sciences. So it's nice to get back into climate change a bit again.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Lisa. I work in the city of Mölndal with issues related to the environment and climate mitigation mainly.
Okay, thank you for being here. And Andre and Julia?
I can go first if you want, Anne. My name is Julia and I work in the city planning office in Mölndal as well. And I work mostly with municipality planning, so I work more with in the larger picture, so to speak. So not that much details and stuff, but it's overall planning of everything, basically, on the ground and the water and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, hello, I'm Anne. I'm working in Mölndal municipality and I have been worked with the water and sewage supply for some years, and now I'm working with more strategical questions about water in the municipality. Not specific in climate adaptation, but in a way, water.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you all for being here, and yeah, also very interesting that there are all these relations between some of the students study like urban planning, and some of you are working in urban planning. Yeah, very, very nice to see all these connections. And yeah, I'll give the word back to Lotte.
Yeah, okay. So I opened breakout rooms that you can go to. I share the screen again so you can see if you can go to room 1 or 2.
We are not seeing our screen.
No, I'm gonna share it now. Yeah. So then you can enter the room.
Okay. Where do we see the room?
Oh, you can choose your breakout room. Right? Is it?
Yeah. Okay. So below where you have the share screen button, you on the right have pause stop or breakout rooms. So in that button you will see room 1 and room 2, and based on the list of Lotte you can click join on one of those. yeah, I see people are joining, so it's quite clear. Okay. Okay, well, I will also go to room 1. Can wait a little bit, I should see.
How breakout rooms? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I see.
So if you move your mouse on the screen, then you will see something pop up on the bottom, right?
Yeah, like a black bar, and then you see chat, share screen, pause, then you see the breakout rooms. And when you click on it, you will see room 1 and room 2. Yes. Björn, do you also like to join one of the rooms?
Yes, I might join one of the rooms. First, I'm going to touch base with Floris about this afternoon.
Okay.
So I might just come back again.
Oh, okay. Then we continue in these groups. Okay.
Yeah, you should.
All right.
I don't find how to do this.
Okay, then I will assign you.
Who will help you?
Yes. All right. If I click, then you're gonna go to the room.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
good.
See you there. Okay. I will also go.
Yeah, and I will hop. Yeah, I thought it would be good to be here because in case of any questions, but
Yeah,
I can
of
also
course.
hop around. Yeah, I was a little bit less.
Yeah.
less students.
Yeah,
So
it's very scary
now it's
that
just
we only
two
have
groups. But
3 students.
yeah, I hope this will work like this.
Yeah.
So.
Did you plan for more students to and more groups?
Yeah, actually, it was an idea that because we had 8 students, and that in the beginning also, and there was also one Swedish student. So, well, we planned for just very more individual.
Yeah, it's very,
Okay.
very strange that it goes like this. Like some parts are joined by all the students, and suddenly they don't come to the other part. So, yeah, indeed, like Lotte said, we thought we have 8 or at least 5, like yesterday, and now we had 3. So,
So it's
yeah,
a bit
we made it work.
Yeah. But we are good improvisers, so.
Yeah, I can tell. I'm impressed.
Okay, I'm going to the other room.
Yes, okay.
So,
I will
Okay.
be no.
Okay, see you later.
Yes, see
All
you
right.
later. Lotte, can you join the room too? Because Gianluca and Thomas,
Yes.
it's nice to be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, hello.
Hi,
Hey.
tell us what to do.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh yeah, now I can hear you, sorry. All right. Does everyone have access to the Miro board?
Yep.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Are we going to use interview board 1?
Yeah, the other group is in 2, so I guess we go to 1.
Perfect. Okay. I don't know if you already started or not yet.
Oh no, not yet.
Okay. Well, the idea here with this exercise was, like Lotte explained, to try and map all the relations between the challenges that Gothenburg and Mölndal is facing. So it's very much related to, for example, what was talked on Monday as well in some of the introduction presentations, like what you mentioned, Lisa, or we can see also and collect your opinion, Monica, Anna, and Anne-Rain. So in the first concepts, in the post-its, maybe we can first have a look at them and see if they're all relevant. If not, we can delete some. This was just to start. Lotte put some examples inside. So we can see what is relevant and what not so much. So we can, if needed, remove something and then add more things.
Well, do you see anything? I don't see anything on this board.
No, I don't either.
Oh,
it's blank.
I
Maybe you
just
have
can
to zoom
see.
out.
Maybe I have to zoom out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, because it was at 100%. I'm zooming out a lot, and now I can see it. Yes.
Oh yeah. I think if you're
Down
at
to 3%.
Oh, that's.
Yeah. Do you see it now? It was actually, if you zoom out, you can see this is our whole week in the Climatecafé. And every day we do something in here in this board. So we are now at Wednesday. If you zoom in on Wednesday, then you're going to be able to see the board.
How do I zoom in or out?
On the right, you have this small white square, and then there you have like minus and plus.
Okay, let's see if I can find it.
Oh, I can share my screen and show you.
Oops.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes. So this is here. You can zoom in and out. If you zoom out, you're gonna see, oh, okay, this is like the whole week. And then if you zoom in, we can zoom into Wednesday. Oops. And you move with the mouse like this. Don't have to click on anything. And if we zoom in, then we can go to interview board 1.
How do I move? I don't.
Yeah,
really...
I can't move it around either.
No.
It doesn't move.
It's
yeah, two fingers.
Yeah, with the 2 fingers on the laptop, you can move like this. Or if you have a mouse, you can also, by moving in the screen, you can move. And if that is not working, I think you can also, no, just moving in like this with the mouse.
I can also move when I press my roll thing on the mouse. Then you can grab it and move around.
Oh yeah, the middle.
Yeah. Or select V.
Does it work for everyone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now I figured it out.
Okay, good. Okay, so here we already have some post-its, but they're just as a Kickstarter, like examples of challenges or concepts. So we can write down what is relevant for us.
Okay.
As a group. Hey, maybe it's interesting if we take a minute and everyone who is here can add one, can write on one post-it. So you do that by double clicking on the post-it and then typing.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can, for example, say a challenge that you're facing is heavy rainfall or floodings in the city. This is an example. I will add that one because it's of course about Gothenburg and Mölndal, and it is related to well, based of course on your expertise. What are the main challenges and key concepts in the key factors in both cities? I think biodiversity is also one that was mentioned.
I'm wondering if in Gothenburg, is there a lot of heat stress, or do you see problems with heat?
To answer for Mölndal, this is not an issue that has been discussed here as yet. I'm sorry, I'm having some trouble of writing here. The font size is extremely small.
Yeah, if you click on it on the text and select it, then you can make it bigger like this.
Yes, and I also want to ask if anyone has seen the rubber. I just I made this line that I don't want.
Oh yeah, when you go on
to
it,
erase it.
Just click the normal erase button on your keyboard, the backspace.
Yeah. There we go. Because I tried to make this fit inside the Post-it.
Yeah. I can help you maybe.
Yes, please.
Oh no. Oh. Okay. Sorry. Sometimes this program. We are also, of course, exploring this. We did this before in a few climate cafes. Because of Corona, we have them all online. But of course, every time you're facing new challenges. Yes. All right, I put it in. Okay. All right, so we have heavy rainfall and floodings in the city. We have acceptance for water in urban areas and parks. What else? Oh, we have cloudbursts as well. I think that was also mentioned, quite important. Is there something else that we like to add?
So I'm out walking, so my phone is not like working properly for this exercise. But maybe I could add, like, who's responsible for doing like measures, and who's going to finance everything that has to be done. That's our main challenge in Gothenburg at the moment.
Okay, so maybe responsibility and finance.
Yeah.
Or adaptation.
Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, there is a.
Yeah, my laptop crashed. I'm back now.
Oh. No problem. Maybe I can also help you out, and I can write them in, so you don't have to all struggle with this new program. I can help you.
I tried to write green infrastructure, I think, on the last post-it, but I think it's really, really small now, so I don't think I actually wrote it. It's a tiny one at the end.
Okay, I wrote it in for you. I can also keep sharing my screen so that you can see what's going on. Yes, like this. Maybe that's more. Yeah. So I can write them in for you. Okay. What else?
I think the laws and it connected to responsibility.
Laws and policy.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. Laws and policy.
And security questions of high water near schools and the fear from parents and yeah. We have had discussions with fences around day water basins or not.
Yes, that's also what I thought. Part of what I thought of when I wrote acceptance for water in urban areas and parks. Yeah.
So
we are used to water being in only where we choose to go to have a swim.
Yes.
And then we don't want to, apart from that, we don't want it actually near. We want to live close to water, but we don't want it that close.
Near us.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
There's a creek close to the kindergarten. Parents are afraid the kids will fall down.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, very interesting challenge as well. How to learn to live with water.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And see the water to be something great for the children.
Yeah.
Yeah. To see the fishes and all the life.
Yeah, water is something positive. So maybe then we can, so in that case, water scarcity doesn't apply because water scarcity means there is very little water, but I think you're saying that there is a lot of water.
In our part of the country, I would say yes. We are not further east in Sweden. The water scarcity is a big issue, and further east of Mölndal, I'd say as well. Even in our neighboring municipalities like Härryda.
Yeah. All right. I'm looking at the post-its, maybe. I see competition of space. I think what is meant here is whether there is enough space in the city.
Yeah, that's a big question as well.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Room for the natural based solutions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. And biodiversity, that's also something that needs to be here, right? I think you mentioned it, that biodiversity also is connected to quality of living.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Urbanization. Okay, maybe we can go to, are there any more things that you would like to add? I think the next step is we discuss with each other and we select one key concept for now that we want to explore and map the relation of that to all the rest. So is there any idea what you would like to choose? Maybe this one.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we can see, so we can drag it down here, in the circle, acceptance for water. And then we can have a look. Which concepts have a direct relationship with this key concept?
That's security and less fear of water.
What else?
water as something positive as well.
Yeah.
The C8, room for nature-based solutions.
Yeah.
Educational attainment, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Existing infrastructure.
Yes. I think they're all related.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be actually.
Quality of living.
Yes.
12.
Quality of living, yes.
Heavy rainfall and floodings.
Yeah.
That's as well.
And responsibility and finance for adaptation.
Yes.
Well,
and maybe also biodiversity.
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay. Okay. How do I put here? What else we can put here? Maybe laws and policy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I guess cloud bursts as well, because that's also where the water comes from. Yes. Okay. So this will be, I can make it like
Urbanization as well, I think. C4.
Yeah.
Mm.
True. Okay. Let's see, what is our next step? Which concepts have a direct relationship with the key discuss this? Oh yeah, we just did this. Which concepts are directly influenced? Okay. Okay, so I guess we can talk a little bit about what is the relationship between these post-its and these concepts, and which ones are directly influenced by the key concept. Then we can draw arrows in between them for the mind map.
I think the first one, maybe the water as something positive, because that's related to the acceptance.
So we can do this. Whoop. Very big fat arrow. So yes, if we would accept water if there would be acceptance for water in urban areas, that would lead us to water seen as something positive. That would lead to, I think, also to biodiversity.
Yeah.
Wow, these arrows are huge. Oh, that would also lead to security and less fear of water.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we could make room for the nature-based solutions if we have acceptance.
Oh,
yeah, very true. And maybe it can improve the quality of living environment.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Sure.
think so.
If we are accepting the water and feeling at peace, and perhaps finding ways to live with it and enjoy it, and
Sure.
that could bring like more recreational spaces. And here, okay, yeah. All right, we can have a look. What is the next step? So we've created our first outline of the model. We can also take a short break and then come and look back at the model again and see if there are more relationships to draw between the concepts, and talk about how these relationships work. And we can also look at what relationships do we think are strongest or weakest, and mark the arrows red for strong and blue for weak.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I think we can also do this step indeed, like Cherkian proposes, because after in 5 minutes we'll be guided to discuss it all. So
Okay.
I think you still haven't talked about how the center node acceptance for water is related to the other nodes. What was that? The step 4, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we
How
can
do
also
we
talk
How
about
it affects the other
Oh yeah.
aspects.
How do we mark that?
I can mark it with this kind of light connection like this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And then we can also add a small post-it here where we can describe how they relate. Does anyone have an idea for this one?
I was thinking about the heavy rainfall and floodings in the city relating to acceptance for water. The more it rains, the harder it will be to get the acceptance for water. Or the more important it is to get the acceptance for water, the more rain we get.
Yeah. I can zoom in. Yes, the harder it gets to foster acceptance instead of fear, right? Because then it becomes more, and people become more afraid of the water if it causes big floodings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we need to act now to help people live with water.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a very good challenge as well for tomorrow. We can focus on this. Tomorrow we are going to have a session on design thinking, and the students, or together, we will co-create some solutions or some ideas for how to do this in this climate cafe. So this is also very helpful. Well, any other relations that we can map? I can write down.
Well, the existing infrastructure, I'd say.
Yes.
Yes, it isn't built to take all the water, and the water will excess.
And we have to fit the solution within the
Yeah,
infrastructure
open
that already
areas.
exists.
Yeah, and open areas.
It's not built to withstand the heavy rainfalls, and we have to integrate, right? You said integrate, or we have to adapt the existing infrastructure, right?
Eat maybe. Oh.
Oh yeah, to adapt it. And we can make this post-it shorter. Okay, then to quality of living environment, to responsibility and finance, or I think it's related to all because that's why we put them here.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
So we can just write, whoop, this is not correct. Yes.
And with the urbanization C4, we want to build on spaces that isn't meant to be built on.
Yeah. The stick showed on Monday that Gothenburg is built up on a lake. I didn't even know that.
Oh. And all cities want to, expand. Explore.
Yeah. Yeah, so
And
if you
there is the acceptance that water have to take place. You can't build everywhere.
Yeah. Yes. That was a very good sentence indeed. Okay. And maybe with education that, for example, that if there is acceptance or acceptance can be also taught in schools.
Yes.
Yeah.
And education for all ages. The school,
Yes.
you can give some information for the children, but other information for elderly people.
Yeah.
And for other groups.
Yeah.
In the society.
Yes, indeed. So inclusive education.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, we have here still to have a look at. Maybe you can help me while I'm drawing this.
Laws and policies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cherkian, would you maybe like to help me write in the post-its while I'm drawing the arrows?
Yeah.
That will be great.
Okay, laws and policy.
Yeah.
That. Yeah.
I think the cities want to have the laws so that you know what you can do and who is responsible to do things, and what can we say to the fastighetsägare, the owner of
The property owners.
Municipality.
Property owners, yes,
Property
and
owners.
not. Yeah.
I think this is about knowing the framework and having a framework for
Yeah.
Knowing the
solutions.
framework. Yeah.
Yeah, I also connected it to the other post-it. I think they're very
Yeah,
related.
they are connected. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. See.
Okay.
Cloudbursts. Yeah. We said acceptance for water.
Same as heavy rainfall in the
Yeah.
autumn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I can move it and connect it to the heavy rainfall.
Yeah.
Yes, perfect. We can look at
Okay.
another.
Security and less fear of water. An interesting one. Acceptance. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
sorry.
for a homeowner, security would be knowing that with a heavy rainfall, my basement will not be flooded. But security could also be for the, as Anna was saying earlier, the parent with small kids in the park, knowing that there's no water deep enough for my child to drown.
There are no.
Okay, they're throwing us out.
Oh no. Okay, wait, maybe I can ask Lotte to give us some more minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, well, she's very strict.
Yes,
we have
to go back.
But maybe in the big group, we can talk together what is the strongest, or maybe even now, just quickly, which is the strongest and which is the weakest, like of these black ones. So I would say this.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Yes,
Hi.
I saw great discussions, but in respect of your time, I'm sorry I have to keep track. But it looks very, very cool what you all did. So in this last minutes, I was really wondering to ask you to report back to us really quickly your findings on the relationships that you find strongest, or the concepts and the key concept that you chose, and see if we can find some similarities or differences maybe between the groups in that. So I would suggest group 1 starts. And I would also suggest to share the screen so we can all see the same board.
I can share screen and someone from my group can tell if they like. Share screen. Okay. This is our map. We still didn't get the chance to do strongest and weakest, so maybe you guys can help us now quickly, like which can be red and blue. Would someone from my group like to share?
Yeah, but a key element was like the acceptance of water in the urban areas and the parks. Because if you accept it, it becomes something. It can become something positive if you can do something about it. So yeah, we have the point of water as something positive. It has also connections with biodiversity, and very important, the security and less fear of water. Mainly the fear will go away if you accept it. So if you you don't want people to suffer from the water, so it's very important to have to be secure about it. So that if you have like deep waters in parks or playing areas for children, that they can drown in it or something like that. So you don't want that. We also had some room for nature-based solutions, which is also in connection with security, of course, and the quality of the living environment. And we had also some smaller notes.
Yeah, nice. Thank you. It's really good to look at, and it's a really elaborate map already. You just in in a very short time you made a lot of connections already with the group. So thank you. I would like to ask the second group also to similarly report back on the main findings.
Yeah, I can share my screen.
Oh yeah, sorry, I have to stop sharing. Yes.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, so this is our schematic. We start with the responsibility of the stakeholders, and then we connected all the important relationships to the responsibility. So we were like focusing on the people perspective and the public and the municipality perspective. So what is the land ownership and a public-private space cooperation, like citizen participation, will lead into the quality of the governance, communication between stakeholders, internally in the municipality and to the citizens as well, will lead to awareness, and that should be very effective. And all political parties have to agree that was, according to us, a strong relationship with the responsibility of the stakeholders. Yeah, and financing the measures is also a strong relationship.
Great, very interesting. Now you see that it's a completely different map on the same topic, but at least there is also the communication and awareness that the first group also had a more focus on, and here's more responsibilities, and so you see that these are all connected. Thank you very much. Also, this map is very elaborated and very well made. So to close off, it might be good to share with you what we're going to do with this, because we have these very great maps that we can transform into a model. So as I said, then we can test the logic and test where if we implement something on this way or if we implement something on that way. So that will be, we're going to analyze these, and then we come back to you on how we can interpret these maps in the larger system of the two cities. I also want to share with you another tool that can be used for climate adaptation, which is a scenario toolbox. I will share a link in the chat. And here you can find information on climate scenarios. So for the creation of robust strategies, it's often a good idea to see how the strategies could play out under different scenarios. It's related to this because this internal logic is often the base of the scenarios that are made. So I'm going to share the link in the chat now, and I will be in contact with all of you to present results that we can get out of here. And yeah, if you are interested in knowing more about these scenarios or knowing more about this socio-cognitive mapping methodology, feel very welcome to send me an email, and we can discuss further. I realize it was a very short time to do all this, but I hope it was a bit of an introduction to how this can be put into a larger workshop. So if you're interested in that also, yeah, contact me. maybe I give back the word to you, Gabriella, for some final remarks.
Yeah, I wanted to say also thank you for everyone for being here. And it was really interesting and very nice to try in a pressure cooker to collect all the challenges and see the connections. And I want to tell you that we're going to take all of this into account for tomorrow. And tomorrow we're going to have the whole day about designing. Through design thinking methodology, together with the students, we're going to co-create some interesting solutions and ideas with which we can create positive impact on these challenges. And we will present that on Friday. So the Friday will be a seminar. I believe you all received an invitation by Hannah Marie with a link. It will be in Skype. But if you didn't, we can also send you another email. But it would be lovely to see you there because then you can actually see, based on what you contributed today, and some of you also already on Monday, what we came up with. We would love that you hear some of the suggestions on how to tackle these challenges. Yeah, so well, that will be part of Friday. And thank you a lot, because the fact that we talked today with you really help us to also tailor make the ideas and really connect them as much as possible to the issue in the local community that you're facing. And in this way have a bigger impact if we come up with an idea that you can implement it, or that it can really serve a purpose of the local community. So we couldn't have done that without you. Thank you. As we are also based, some of us in Groningen and well, some of us in Sweden, but it was really interesting to hear from the locals.
Yes.
So,
thank you very much. And
thank you.
Touch.
Good
Thank
luck.
Yes, see you on Friday, hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, how was this for you guys?
Really interesting. I really like this mind map.
You did so good. It was really cool. Yeah, I'm super impressed with what's there. Really, in a very short time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice. Yeah, we're gonna come back to it and play around with it later. But let's take a break maybe.
Yeah. But again, saying really great job, guys, because we, of course, you had such a short time, like, whoa, what is this? And then already talking to people using the model. So yeah, really nice work. And also, hopefully you're happy. It's kind of a network building as well, that you can get to know people who actually are doing something that maybe you would in the future, like connected to urban planning or engineering. Yeah, how to address these issues in a city. Yeah. So thanks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it was very interesting, and directly connecting with the stakeholders and what their input is, and discuss our input. And with such a short introduction of the assignment, it went very well. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It was really good.
Yeah,
it was
really good.
interesting. Like, I imagined totally different outcomes, but like my impression was that the main issues are actually like communication and organization and so on, much more than like other pressing issues that I imagined, like more, more physical things. Like,
yeah,
like
so I would have started somewhere else, but it was very interesting to start at this point and just let the stakeholders do their job, because I know I can be in a project group, I can be dominant in the way I think, but it was very interesting to let the stakeholders talk and make this flow chart. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And also very interesting within your own work, how to implement, for example, the things you're working and researching on, how you could, that you know now, oh, I can handle such a conversation with stakeholders. And this could be a way to open up and talk to them either about like solar parks and water quality there, or about the flow charts of implementation, you know, of climate adaptation. So, or your work, Gianluca. But yeah, I think it also gives a little bit, hopefully, of you like a confidence that, oh, you can actually, it's very helpful to talk directly to the stakeholders. Yeah. Oh, really nice. I'm very happy to hear that you had such a good time. Yeah. Good. Let's do a small break. Breathe a little bit. Take some water. And we meet here at 11.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Perfect. Okay. See you in a bit.
Bye.
Here you see the Excel, and all these zeros are part of the matrix. Here you see that there are 22 concepts here and here. And each relationship is marked with a number. So if there's a relationship between C1, from C1 to C0 to C1 here, then here you can see that there's a 1. So that's how the matrix works. So that's how the relationship, how you can put the relationships. This is the outgoing, so they go from C0 to the other concept. That's how you can use them. And what you can see in this, we made a very simple example of just 3 concepts, these 3. And this is then how they are simulated. So first they go up because they have an input, and then they go down. And they are activated by a state vector, so by a driver. Come back to that later, just to have a bit of an idea on how that looks. So if you go back to our maps, you can see here, C15 has a relationship to C17. So you can put that in the Excel file. And you can put all these relationship in there, and then C14 goes to C20. So I think that's the first thing that we will try to do. Here, all the concepts have numbers already. So you don't have to, you can use these numbers, or you can assign different numbers. It's a bit up to you. And here, not all the concepts have numbers. So then the first step is to give every concept a number to be able to make those relationships. But then the question, of course, is what number to fill in there? How strong is that relationship? And is it a positive relationship, or is it a negative relationship? Well, positive relationships are relationships that not have like a positive outcome, but that equally enforce each other. So, for example, if we take this one, acceptance in water security increases the security level, and therefore there's less fear of water. So it increases, so it's positive. However, I'm not sure if this was the logic, so that depends on what was said. Heavy rainfall and floodings can maybe have a negative influence. So the more heavy rainfalls, the less acceptance for water, or the other way around. That was I wasn't there, so I don't know if that was the logic behind it. So that defines if it is a positive or negative relationships. And for now, I think it would be good to put every relationship with 0.5. So either plus 0.5 or negative 0.5. So that would be the first step, to put this into an Excel. And then later on, we're gonna experiment with drivers and more feedback loops.
Can you maybe put us in groups again, like in breakouts 2 by 2?
Yes.
I think that will be easier.
And I put the file. I will put the file in the chat.
Yeah. And why 0.5?
In the Excel, I saw one. Oh, sorry.
I think we have the same question, but go ahead with your question. Go
Okay.
ahead.
In the Excel, I saw a 1, -1, and 0.5. What does that mean?
Yeah, what's the difference between 0.5 and 1? Like, why would we?
Yeah, so for now we're going to use 0.5, and the number indicates the strength. So the stronger the relationship are, the larger weight you can give on that relationship. So we can come back to that later if we think that some relationships deserve to be strong because either the stakeholders said so, or either well, it's from our own expertise. We think that it's a very strong relationship. So we can play around with that a little bit also. And as I explained before, like models, you can use the output to say something, but usually models are really about exploring the system. So where are the sensitivities and how does this relationship work? So I'm going to try to do that. But I can imagine if it's a little bit vague, so please ask away.
We didn't finish to establish the strength if it's we. Oh, doesn't matter because all it's going to be 0.5. That's right.
Yeah, for now, yeah. So maybe that's a discussion for that we can do after indeed. Yeah, but first 0.5, and it can be positive or negative, and then later on we're gonna also extend the mind maps, because now you can, well, that we come back to that later.
Yeah, but Gianluca, I think what you're saying is also that in our group with Jürgen, we also didn't manage to say like what is the strongest, what is the weakest, but I think we can, in this workshop, it's also an experimentation to build upon what we found. So then we can together discuss and then see like, oh, maybe this is the strongest or this is the weakest. So just to play around with the workshop that Lotte is introducing, the model, the method. Yeah. And it's also experience for you to know how to use it in the future.
Okay. Open room. Oh, yeah, I think you can go to the room yourself, or shall I open rooms? Oh yeah, now it's open. Yeah, and the file is in the chat. So
yes, got it.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, sure. Sorry, we're in the same room.
Yeah.
Okay. I downloaded the Excel,
Yeah, I also. So shall I share? Of...
Yeah, you can share a screen. Perfect.
Also have a question though, because tomorrow we have the symposium of Noorderruimte. So Thomas and I should go there, but then also we need to prepare for the presentation. And if there's only what is his name? Luca, then I hope it works out.
It's not nice. But the thing is that everything on the symposium will be, you made a video, right?
Yeah.
Everything will be pre-recorded. And Joey told me that due to the heavy schedule of the symposium, there won't be time for questions and answers.
Okay.
So actually, you could be here. I can talk to Joey about it, or Rix, or someone in my team to ask if it's okay. I can send an email today and let you know. Because I think you can very easily be here, because there you would just be standing and watching it play, because now it's very stupid. They gave us very little time, no question and answer time. So.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Then I will share it with Thomas.
Yeah, and I will ask Rix then, or maybe Joey.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, okay.
It's such a pity that only we showed up.
What did you say?
That the way that there are not a lot of people. Very.
No, we were very nervous this morning when we saw. I mean, the three of you guys are amazing and so motivated, but all like suddenly the groups get smaller and smaller, and then you saw that there were much more stakeholders than students.
Yeah.
And we thought it would be like a stakeholder per student, so then it would be like an interview. But we have to improvise.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I should share both of my screens. So, or both. This one. Then just divide it between this one and.
Oh, or I can also help you by saying the numbers and that they are related.
Oh, okay.
Or we can,
we can go like this. It's also fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we first need to put the numbers in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 4, 5, 6. We don't have 7 or 8.
No.
Maybe we can put 7 there, next to the 6.
Right here?
Yeah.
7. Okay.
6, 7, 8. We don't have 8.
Let's see, 8.
No, we have 8. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I didn't see it.
Where? Oh, there.
I think maybe we can do 3, because this is like a strong one. I don't know if they're related.
3. Okay. This one was 3.
Maybe biodiversity can be 1 instead of 10.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then the red one, the security, can be 2. And then we can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess 10 and 11 are those on the left corner.
Okay.
Like law and policy and responsibility.
This is C10.
Yeah.
This is C11.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
So yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes. Okay. So we have 12.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we don't have C0.
C0. Oh.
Yeah. Maybe you can mark in highlight yellow from C1 to C12, so that we know we just pay attention to these rows
Highlight
in the Excels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Highlight this one.
Highlight from C1 to C12.
Like this. Okay.
Yes, so then we can pay attention to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, without the C0, but.
Oh yeah, yeah. But this one.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. C1.
This one is biodiversity.
Yeah. Oh, but Lotte, should the middle one also have? It also has C, right?
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay, let's do that one. C0.
C0. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. There we go.
Then we have
this one as well.
Yeah. Okay. So C0 to C1.
C1 and then 0.5, right? Oh no, whoa. Okay. Back.
Lotte, what do we do with if C0 to C0 is 0? Okay, so
there's no arrow on itself, right?
no, so that's a 0.
Yeah.
Okay. Just start with C1.
Yeah, but could you put a 0 in the C0, C0? Yeah. Yes, perfect. So.
Nice.
Wow.
Wow, I really like Excel. Okay, so C1 goes to C0 goes to C1, so that's like 0.5, right?
Yeah, 0.5. And now we have to figure out, is it positive or negative? If we increase acceptance for water in urban areas, does the biodiversity increase? Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Not what do you call it?
Not directly, but.
Not directly, indeed. But
yeah,
I could say it's negative.
Yeah, we can say it's positive.
Yeah. Okay. And then very positive one, C2 is, well, 0.5, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then C3 is water as something positive.
Oh yeah, again, positive.
Very positive. C4, urbanization, acceptance for water. We want to build on space that it is not made to build on. Problem with expanding acceptance for water has to take space.
Maybe this one is negative, because if there is more acceptance and more room for water, then there is less building, less urbanization.
Yeah, I think so too. Educational attainment. Well, I think that is positive.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, Geert is calling me. What? Okay, never mind. C6 is cloudburst. Well, there's no connection.
Yeah, exactly.
Negative of 0.
Just 0, I think.
Okay. Oh yeah, of course it has no errors.
Yeah. C7.
Heavy rainfall and floodings in the city. That's like negative.
Yeah, exactly. Because if we increase the heavy rainfall, then the acceptance will decrease. Yeah.
Yeah. C8 is room for nature-based solutions. That's positive.
Yeah, that's positive.
C9, existing infrastructure. Existing is not built to withstand the heavy rainfalls, and we have to adapt it. Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know actually.
If there is more acceptance, shall we change? No, I'm not sure if we can change the post-it, but I would say adapting existing infrastructure, but yeah, I don't know. I think we're not allowed to change the text.
No.
Okay, well, we can say that in this case of the logic, it's positive.
Yeah.
Because if the logic is that if we have more acceptance, you're more gonna adapt buildings, then yeah.
Okay.
C10
Then
is 0.
Is there no C10?
Is it 0?
Oh, there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
C10 is 0. Okay. C11, laws and policy. The cities want to have laws and own their framework.
Yeah, it's positive.
Yeah, I think so too.
And maybe we can mark that C11 is connected to C10 or C10 to C11. I don't know what.
I think C11 to C10, right?
Yeah.
So this 0.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
C12.
I wonder, because actually, I think in this case of C10, it is related to C0.
Yeah.
Because have a look, like they say that if there is more acceptance, there will be more responsibility taken for adaptation.
Yeah.
So we could put 0.5 there too.
Yeah. So from C11 to C10.
No, from C0. From
C0.
C0 to C10. Yeah.
Positive?
Yeah.
Okay.
And shall we delete, because these, I see there is a minus 0.1 and yeah.
This all has to be 0, right?
Yeah, you can delete the ones that were in there. Yeah, sorry, should have that. Yeah.
I think everything is.
Yeah, I think that
is also some.
How far are you?
We're almost done with the key thing, I guess.
Yeah, with the most relationships are in there.
Yeah, so the ones that were on the Miro board.
Yeah,
are in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so if you're done with that, then we can go back plenary and then can explain the next step.
Okay, cool.
So see you there.
And Lotte, here below in the smaller font, there is like 2 and 1 and 1.5 and 2 and like these numbers. Do we have to delete them or?
No, just you can just leave them.
Algorithm. Okay.
Okay.
That's a count of how many arrows are there. So that says something about the matrix, but that's not, for now, it's not very interesting.
Okay, cool. Then we go back to plenary.
Great.
Yeah.
See you there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Jurgen. It's good, good
no
work.
problem.
Teamwork. Yeah.
Yes. Everything is connected, right? Yeah.
I think so.
Everything is to C0. We all had them.
Yeah.
And these ones.
And why we have C2? We have some numbers on C2 in the Excel.
Oh, these need to be 0, 0.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of them. We all need to be 0 then.
So the only thing we connected was C11 to 10. I think we are missing that we connected C10 to C11.
C10 to C11. This one.
Yeah.
That's 0.5.
Yeah. And then that we connected C6 and C7. So from C6 to C7 is positive 0.5. 0.5, yeah. Perfect. I think now it's correct.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so go back.
Thanks. Perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how, but oh yeah, here.
Leave room, I think. Get back to you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oh, that's super.
Oh, well, we're back.
Nice. Cool. So it worked with all the relationships in the Excel file, right?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Then next step. That's it. Okay. So how these, I'm using this hypothetical example to explain the rest. So here you see the state vector. So that is actually you can view this as an external arrow attached to your system. So this is where the numbers are entering your system. So from there the calculation starts. I'll remove this. This is how you can see a the state vector. And with this you can play around with, okay, where can we intervene in this system? What is a driver and what not? And what does it does with the rest of the system? So how this looks like is, if I get this dynamic output here, if I remove all the state vectors, there's no input. See, nothing happens. If I introduce one state vector, something happens. So you see that in this case, C0 is pushing on C0 itself. So that's a driver. Okay, and continuous feedback within itself. And it also pushes C1. So if that one is on, we should see that indeed C1 is in the red, gets a push, and then gently goes back again, because C1 is also giving to C0 with steps of 0.1. So you see that this graph decreases with 0.1 with every loop. So this is one loop and then minus 0.1. So this is how the calculation works and how the drivers work. So you can now explore in your own system how this looks, and to increase to see all the concepts, you need to click on the graph and increase them like this, and then you can have all the concepts that are in there, and you see which concepts are counting. This is the calculation, the loops. You see which ones are activated or not in this thing. But if there is 0, then they're all 0.
Okay.
Does that make sense? All right. Okay. So then that's the next step. See if you can find something. Find where something is happening. So if you put a state vector, the driver on one, what's happening there? We have a few just a few minutes for that.
Lotte, can I ask? So if we decide to put, how do we so like, for example, do we decide to put 1 on something that is influenced from the outside world or on something that influences our main concept? If we go back to the mirror board, for example, if we can go back to the mirror board and just see, like, okay, in our case, to what can we put a 1?
I would suggest to play around with that a little bit. So to put a 1 on them, on all of, not at the same time, but to put a 1 on it and then see what happens, and then remove the 1, put a 1 on the other and see what happens with the graph. So then you can see a little bit what happens with the system.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's then still with the 0.5 on every factor. So
Yes.
not a minus 0.1.
No, it's with the values that you assigned now, the 0.5. Do you have all positive signs, or are there also negative? Okay, that's okay.
We have some negative, I think, in our.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens, and maybe indeed you can join us, the different groups. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I think I have to open the breakout rooms again, right? No, they're open. Okay. Yeah. So you can. And if you're done, let's do this for a few minutes, not too long, because then we can also elaborate on the thing. So just let's see for 10 minutes what happens, or if you're finished earlier, then you can come back here. I will hop around again, but yeah, it won't take too long.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too, but I'm a bit confused. It's very interesting that, yeah, I don't know. It's really nice to have such colleagues, because then you come from completely different backgrounds, and I've never done any modeling or science.
Yeah.
I'm learning as well. But okay. I think you as a civil engineer are much more used to these kind of numbers and
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really like to play with this kind of stuff.
Yeah, nice.
Just so logical.
Yeah, really cool to learn. So.
Okay, so I hope I understood it right. Need to look at a mirror, and then needs to put in a factor, right?
Yeah. So
where
I think
to start?
we can experiment. Let me look at the mirror. Let's say that cloud bursts or like the heavy rainfall is a driver.
Oh yeah, that's very good.
Right, because that could be.
Yeah.
I think heavy rainfall. We said it's. Yeah, let's say cloud bursts.
Yeah, cloudbursts or heavy rainfall and floodings in the city of. Oh, that's like the same thing.
I think actually the origin would be the rain, I guess, and then the cause, the effect is the floods.
Okay. So and then we give a factor to C6.
Oh. Nothing changed.
Because we have no. Oh, we have one in.
Yeah. Maybe because it doesn't. What if we put that? We say that C6 is also related to C0. No, I don't know.
I don't know.
Lotte, we tried to put. Oh no! Now something happened.
Yeah, I
Nice.
pulled it. Yeah.
Good.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
It works. Nice.
Like,
yeah.
So what's happening here?
I don't know.
C0 goes down.
Let's see.
And the red one is which one? C.
Red one is, oh, we have quite a lot actually. C1?
C1 maybe, yeah. Maybe if you click on it, does it say on the line?
Oh yeah, of course. C7.
7, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense because we connected one with 6 with 7.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So what happens again? Can I see the graph?
Yeah.
So C. No, the blue is C6, guys. So C6 goes down.
Oh yeah.
And then C7 goes crazy.
Yeah. If we can we put another factor in C7 because of the heavy rainfall and floodings, because that is also a cause.
Yeah, you can try.
Just see what happens.
Mm.
Both go crazy.
They are heading down fast.
Yeah.
And maybe something that has a positive. What if we put 1 on C0?
Yeah.
That's gonna move everything, right?
Just only C1 or
C0.
C0, yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay, and if you put one from C0 to C0,
C0 to C0.
Yeah, then it keeps increasing itself. Let's see what happens. Aha, nice.
Wow.
So
does
some
it
things
say?
are ending up positive and some things are ending up negative. What happens here?
Shall we look at one negative one? C4, that was the urbanization.
So urbanization goes to a lower state because we put a driver on C0, C7, and 6 and 7.
Yes.
So I can say it for you. So if there is heavy rainfall and floodings in the city, and if there are cloudbursts, heavy rainfall and floodings in the city, and acceptance for water, then urbanizations goes down. Oh yeah, that's true. That's what
Oh,
you
yeah.
said.
Nice. So this is indeed an analysis that you can make with this. Very good. Super
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
And so you can play around with it a little bit.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay. You have
you.
this. You got
Yeah.
this. I'm gonna go to the other room.
Okay.
Thank you. And what is the
Oh, she's gone.
No, I wanted to ask you actually, because you see the Excel. What is the line that goes up?
Up. Oh, this one.
No, the first one you got. Yeah, that one.
C7. That was the heavy rainfall and floodings in the city. But I still trying to get this. So 0 is neutral, and then it goes lower, it's like a negative effect, and if it goes positive, then it's positive effect. If it goes higher.
Yeah, but I wonder why C7 is going up. Because we put a 1 to it. Guess.
Yeah.
No.
C7, yeah. Why does it?
And okay, if we take C6, for example, the line, what happens then?
Happens what now? Okay. Yeah.
So, if there is a lot of cloudbursts,
Yeah.
so if we give if we give power to cloudbursts,
Yeah.
they go, the graph goes up, and then I don't know. I'm confused.
Pretty confusing there.
Whoa. Do you understand it maybe?
No.
The first one we got correctly though. Like what we said, that if there is more cloudbursts and there is more heavy rainfall and more acceptance of the water, then there will be less urbanization. That was correct.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to do that conclusion for the other lines.
No.
Maybe we have to do this. Like, if the green line was C6, yes. If there is increase, okay. If there is an increase of cloudbursts,
yeah.
That would mean that which one was C7? Are they affecting each other? Do you read it all together?
I have no idea.
Okay, well.
Where can we see?
Maybe we can go back to plenary and we can ask Lotte to look with us.
Oh yeah, would be better.
Okay, good. See you there.
See you there. Oh,
wait.
Just joined.
Lotte, do we go to main room?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Because we wanted to ask if we can look together at what came out of it. If you can help us read it.
Yes. Yeah. We can do that then. Yeah.
Good.
See you there. Okay. So very good. You both got movements in the graph, which is cool because that sometimes does not happen. So this is very good. And because we talk about complexity, right? Or complex system, and that adaptation is always complex. So what is that? What does it mean if something is complex? Well, usually they say that that there are a few things involved. That's uncertainty. Sometimes you just don't know. You can do so many research, but you don't know what's going to happen. And that's the part of complexity is because of feedback loops. Because there's an influence from one to something else, and then that influences back, and that's also on this, and then on this, and then on this, and then it gets all this web of complexity, and then it gets too much to analyze. So that's one of the main characteristics of complexity, feedback loops, together with ambiguity, because not only is it complex, everyone has a different view on how this works, what we experience today. So those are two main pillars to keep in mind. When someone talks about complexity, it's not that it's difficult, it's just, well, it's difficult, but it's not like the level of expertise that you can have. Just some things are just complex and you have to deal with that. All right, so how does it relate to this? The maps that we've drawn are, there are not so many feedback loops in them. So I wanted to invite you to look back at the Miro boards with the two of you and see where you can identify these feedback loops. And when you've identified them, you can put them in your matrix, and then we can see that there might be some more dynamics going on, because you can see that in the dynamics of the graph. So that's the first thing, and then the second thing is I think you've seen where the drivers are activating your system right now. So if you haven't done that, not only the state factor where you put the one, but also where they enforce each other. So I think it was with you 0, 7, 0 C0 to C0. It also put the one there, and I think with you it was I'm pointing with that, but it was the C15 to C15. Yeah, that's what I. So because that also increases the dynamics of the outcome. And then
and can you tell a bit what is a feedback loop, just so we all know?
Yeah, a feedback loop is that as we've seen the system now, there's an influence from one concept to another concept, and there are many more concepts within this system. And a feedback loop is that it indirectly influences itself once again. So it goes via different concepts to itself again. Or to other concepts.
Yeah, so it will make the other concepts stronger, right? Because when you have more feedback loops, you have more inputs again to the other concepts, and that will gain a higher number.
Yeah, and what then can happen if everything is positive, then maybe the system explodes because there's so much input. But if you find negative feedback loops, then it balances each other's out again. So maybe that's good to think about. Like, are there also negative influences in our system?
Can we also put new ones in? Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
All right. Can we also put new ones in if we can think about any?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That's you can put new relationships in there to make it to tailor fit it also to your understanding now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can make our whole flowchart bigger with the concept which we didn't fill in yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Thomas was looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, that's good. I just want to mention that we're supposed to have this until 12, but yeah, it's of course here still, so we can always come back to it. But I think it would be nice to also share a little bit with each other the dynamics of both systems later on. So maybe we can just now take 15 minutes or 20 minutes. How much time do you think you would like to have? And then have just a very short coming back together, and then have our lunch break.
Yeah.
I think
sorry.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead, Thomas. Sorry.
One more question. The negative feedback loops, how are we supposed to number that?
That's also, good question. You can, in the Excel, you just put a negative sign in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of 0 plus 0.5 minus 0.5, but if you already identified some relationships that you find stronger, please also increase the number or decrease the number if you think, well, this relationship was mentioned, but it does not really make sense to me. And then you can also decrease the value, and then also more dynamics will happen.
Okay. We shouldn't put in like indirect relationships through a weak link, right?
You can. Yeah.
You can. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's good to keep looking at the Miro board and at the same time at the matrix.
Right. Yeah.
Because the Miro board is like the visualization gives some sense, and then the output gives some sense of the dynamics. So they really belong to each other.
Yeah. And shall we, for that reason, do like maybe 15 minutes for the feedback loops, identifying them, and 15 to share? Because it would be nice to have some more time to share then, so we can see what the other group, like they can share a screen of their graph, and maybe with your help, Lotte, can like help us read it. Because I don't know, at least we in our group, we thought it would be very nice to read it together, or to that you can help us read it all, because we read one line, but how to read all of it, or
Yeah. And you can see that the analyzing this will never stop. There's always something more that you can put one more in, and then you can see what happens. So it, yeah, no, just to mention.
Maybe we could even combine the models eventually.
Yeah, will be nice. Yeah, that would be really nice.
Real complex.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's meet here at 12:10 then.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Okay, see you there.
Oh, and Lotte, how do we mark a feedback loop? With 1 in front of the first square.
That's that's an no, it's the feedback loops you create at your Miro board. So I think it's good to go there first and to see the concepts that are there and the relationships, and to from there create your feedback loop, and then do that first, and then go back to the Excel and fill it out. So all the indirect relationships again.
So you fill all the relations of the feedback loop with like 0.5, etc. And then also at the end, when it goes to itself. Okay, I think I understand, but
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a difference between feedback loops and a driver.
Yeah, but is it also a loop when C0 connects to C0?
No, then it's a driver.
Okay. Well, then I think I understand. Okay, let's see.
But feel free to ask, because it's a totally new subject. So
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to the breakout room.
See you there.
Hey.
Yes, hi.
Yes. I thought maybe we can first look at the Miro board if you want.
Yeah. Yes, it's still a bit vague, but I will share my screen.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
this one. Oh dear.
Wait, where are you? Oh yeah, here.
First tomorrow. Oh.
Yeah. Okay, let's think.
Need to connect new things, right?
Yeah. So we can, like, for example, we can connect cloudbursts to heavy rainfall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
We can. Maybe we can connect C8 to C1. So room for nature-based solutions will connect to biodiversity.
Yeah, I think so too. It goes all the way.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Not bad. A bit lost with urbanization.
Yeah. And what quality of living environment with water is something positive, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
Or with biodiversity. I don't know.
Yeah, it can both, I think. Or can it be both or only one?
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, let's do just both. Thank you.
Oh boy. Security and less fear of water will probably connect to quality of living.
Yeah, quality of living environment. Oh dear. Maybe this one is. It's gonna be a mess.
Okay. Does existing infrastructure connect to urbanization?
Yeah. Okay. Education with maybe less fear of security.
Yeah.
You should learn about it.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so maybe we are already seeing loops. For example, acceptance for water in urban areas and parks goes to education. And then from education, we go to security. And then from security, we end up again with acceptance.
Yeah.
That could be a loop. Okay. Is it a positive or a negative loop?
The goes to education, goes to, and it's positive, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. So there at the end, there will be more acceptance.
Yeah.
So it's positive. Okay. What other loops are there? Oh yeah. Yeah, that one. Acceptance with the water as something. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
There are a lot of loops. This one goes to that one goes to this one goes back.
Ah, yeah, and I also saw the C0 to C12, but then to C3, and then C3 back to C0.
Yeah, often C1 to C12 to C2 to C5 to
Oh,
C6.
wow. Yeah, true.
Oh dear.
Oh, we're discovering many loops.
This starts to look real like a really complex system. You know, like if you see it like they're like, whoa, okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we can connect those to each other.
Yeah, I think so. True. Okay.
Did you find any negative influences already?
We had one, right? We had C7, that was heavy rainfall. We don't have a loop yet.
But maybe we can say that if we connect, can we say that if we connect cloudbursts to acceptance, that can be like a negative influence?
How do you mean?
Like if there are more, we discovered that if there are more heavy rainfalls which come from cloudbursts, that there is less acceptance, or that the acceptance is like more difficult. So
it's harder to accept if the cloudbursts are too big.
Yeah, and too often, and then people are afraid of it.
It is already there, right? It's like the cloudburst through the heavy rainfalls through the acceptance. Isn't it? Yeah, so it's already an indirect relationship. But you also see that there is a direct relationship. So even without flooding, the acceptance is influenced.
From cloudbursts. Yes.
Okay, so then if you have cloudburst, but if there's no flooding in the city, still people are gonna dislike or are gonna have less acceptance.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so then we can connect them.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And are there any more other elements impacted by this heavy rainfall and floodings?
Quality of living environment.
Yeah.
And how?
Because heavy rainfall and flood can mess up, just destruct living environment. The quality, if it floods all the time, quality will go down.
Okay. Yeah, indeed. Maybe if there is more education, there will also be more responsibility taken. I don't know.
Yeah, if people know more about it, they will feel more responsible, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we have responsibility? Oh, this.
Yeah, there.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, I leave you two alone again, and see you later.
Yeah. What else? Do we have any more negative loops? It's just a question.
C4 was one. Urbanization.
That if there is more acceptance, there will be less urbanization.
Yeah.
Less building, yeah. Then we can connect it back to acceptance.
Yeah. So connect it twice.
Yeah, like that, yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Do you want to maybe change the color of the negative ones? Maybe that's going to help us. Like the whole
cloudburst also negative. This one also negative, right?
Oh yeah, I meant the color of the lines that we can color the loop.
Yeah. Okay.
So
this one,
yeah.
With and this one goes back. Oh, I need to make it.
Yeah, exactly. And then another negative one was the
floodings. So this one and this one as well. See 6.
Yeah, and then this one, yeah. So that it's a loop.
Okay. It's not even.
No.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. Why do we have these arrows? They appeared just now, it seems. I don't know. Maybe they're not arrows, but.
Okay. So that was like the negative things. Oh, this one's also negative, right? The quality of the living environment because of the heavy rainfalls.
Yeah. But then it has to go back to, and then it goes back to C0. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, this one.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. And do we? Yeah, I think, yeah, no, that's good. The only thing we didn't think of, but that's from the previous exercise, was what is the weakest relationship? Because we put like a direct relationship and I put red one on the security because that's what you mentioned that we thought was like the strongest direct effect would be. But what would be the weakest?
Oh, the weakest link. So with not much for acceptance, you mean?
Well, for example, if there is an acceptance for water in urban areas, what will be the least affected?
Oh yeah. It's a kind of interesting.
Maybe biodiversity, because acceptance does not necessarily mean
Yeah,
biodiversity. So we can make the black arrow blue. Yeah. Nice.
Okay.
Wow, this looks very interesting.
Make the strongest link another color because of the other red ones.
Oh yeah, we can do it.
Strongest is,
Yeah, green.
okay. And now we have to link it in Excel.
Yeah, but I think we go back
Okay.
because it's 12:10. So
Oh, okay.
yeah. Do we go back now? Right?
Yeah, are you already? Are you that far? I think we said like 12:15 or something like that. Or I forgot.
Yeah, no problem. I thought 12:10, so there is more time to look at it together, but whatever you prefer. But we are ready with the loops. We found more negative loops. We marked them with yellow, with red.
Oh, okay.
Then we also found the weakest and the
Okay.
strongest. But that was from previous exercise.
Yeah.
And then the black thin arrows are the. Oh yeah, that helps maybe.
Yeah.
Are the just the loops, the positive loops.
Oh, okay, cool.
But we didn't map them in Excel.
Okay.
That's the only thing we have.
I think the others are doing that now.
Okay, can you help us how to do it?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
definitely. Shall I look at your screen, maybe, or shall I look from here? What's the easiest?
I think we can do. Cherkan, maybe you can do the same, like the share the split screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would be great.
I can do that.
Because then we can see both at the same time, like this.
So.
Yeah, and I think you can do it the same way you did before, right? That you are saying which relationship are there, and then Cherkan can put them in, and then we can see what happens.
But
in this one or in the one below? Oh, no, the other one. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one can go.
Do you mean, for example, we say C0 is related to C12?
Yes.
But do we put minus 0.5 just because it's a negative one? Or?
Yes.
Okay. And that for all?
Yeah, all the new relationships. So you put all the old relationships. You already did that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So everything that you put in new now, they also should go in the Excel file.
Okay. Okay.
So that's the first step.
Okay. So let's focus only on the Excel, and I will just tell you with words.
Is maybe because do you know which one we added just now?
No, but then I thought, we can always double check if you already have it in, then we don't have to put it in.
Yeah. Okay.
Because we would see it in the Excel if we have it already.
Okay.
Do you know?
So if you just say C1 to C14, for example, then I
Yeah,
can just,
exactly. I thought of that because then it's going to be faster for you. So you can only focus on the Excel screen if you want.
Okay. Yeah, do you need to see my screen or not?
No.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
That's
So,
good.
all right. Oh, I don't see the C's on my screen for some reason.
Oh. Huh?
Like, oh, because we were working in the part 1. It's good that you screenshotted, Lotte, because now we currently we're working on the first.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. So I will tell you all the negative ones first. So that would mean that you would enter minus 0.5.
Yeah.
Okay. So C0 to C12.
C0 to C12.
No. Wait.
Or C12 to C0.
Exactly.
C12 is okay. Yes.
Okay. So yeah, then we had C6 to C0.
Okay.
We had C6 C7 to C0, but I think that we mapped that one.
No, not yet.
C7 to
Oh.
C0 is minus.
Yeah.
And then we have C7 to C12.
Minus.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then we got the C12 to C0. Okay. Let's see. Then we have C0 to C4.
C0 to C4.
Minus 0.5.
Yeah.
And then from C4 to C0.
Yeah. Yeah, we already had that one.
Okay, okay. I think these were the loops.
Okay.
Do we have C7 to C0?
Yeah.
Okay. And
That's
C7.
minus.
Yeah, C7 to C12.
Yeah, minus. Yeah.
C12 to C0.
Yeah, minus.
Yeah. And we have here that cloudburst C6 to C7, but I don't think that's negative because the more cloudbursts you have, the more heavy rainfall.
Yeah.
So maybe.
But this one can be positive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and then we now have to mark all the new relations we made. So we said the positive ones. So we said that let's see. I don't know. C11 affects C4.
Are you gonna come back? The others are also here.
Okay, yeah. Well, we can go back. We can maybe pause here and then we can go back.
Yeah, I just highlight this one that we are stopped here.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
You.
Go. Yeah, see you there.
See you there.
Hi.
Hey.
So I think, yeah, now it works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good. Did you put all the relationships in the Excel?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, almost. All right. What shall we do? Shall we discuss briefly what if you like maybe the extra feedbacks that you found in your Miro board? And then also if well, what it does what it did in the Excel. Or Tjerk-Jan, Gabrielle, would you like to have a little bit more time to put them in?
I think looking at the time, and they need a break because the next workshop starts at 1, and everyone, I think they need lunch as well.
We also need a break.
So yeah, so maybe we should say, let's take the case of Thomas and Gianluca, and then look at that because they put everything in already. Okay. So we can share screen with us, and then indeed maybe we can have a look at the both their Miro and how that reflects in their Excel because they made it complete.
Guys, share my screen then.
Yeah.
Should I start at the Miro board maybe?
Yes.
Yeah, that helps us to follow what happens maybe. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so it exploded.
So we start like our starting point was like who's the responsibility of the different stakeholders. And this morning we started with if I remember well, it was the financing measures are directly influenced by it, as well as there is a relationship to the different political parties, communication between stakeholders, and public and private cooperation. And from public-private cooperation, this morning we went to quality of governance, and from the political parties and communication, we went to awareness. I think that is where we were this morning. So now we've added a lot of things. So first, maybe if we follow here, or maybe let's go this path. So from like private cooperation, this morning there was like a common topic between the stakeholders, which was like land ownership, who maintains what, and so on, which we could relate also to public and private cooperation. And we've put negative relationships in purple. So like land ownership, we thought that it's going to have a negative influence on public-private cooperation, like private land ownership, because it's just going to put more difficulties in any project, as well as competition of space. Competition of space, and also has a negative impact on biodiversity, because it's going to create some pressures, as well as urbanization. I guess competition of space and urbanization could be related somewhere as well. Public-private cooperation, on the other hand, is going to increase the quality of government or governance, like if it's good cooperation, which is going to increase the quality of our living environment. And this has a strong relationship with biodiversity, which we thought was, would feedback with itself. Then let's go to communication between stakeholders. So a good communication between stakeholders is going to create awareness, as well as if different political parties manage to agree with each other. At the same time, we have like a branch of financing slash education. So if the general population has more income, there's going to be more taxes and so on, so more money available for projects, which is going to increase educational programs and accomplishment or attainment, and also the capacity of innovation and education innovation. We thought that it's linked quite with each other, so there's a feedback loop. Also, and education brings a more proactiveness, which I guess could be related back to more innovation.
Yeah.
But we didn't thought about that now. Then education brings us back to awareness. And we thought, all right, awareness is actually gonna be one of the drivers, which is gonna create where stakeholders are gonna be interested in taking up responsibilities and divide the responsibilities in an efficient way. And then, because from the Monday talk that there were on this today as well, was quite interesting. Dick, he mentioned, all right, that in Denmark they have they are like 10 years ahead of planning and measures they have taken, because there was a cloudburst in, I think, 2012 or 2011, and because of that it was like in reactive, they acted in a reactive way. So there was a cloudburst and they've done a lot. So here we have the advantage of it hasn't happened yet, but it's gonna happen. But we've got the example of Denmark, so we have created awareness, and there's measures taking towards it. But at the same time, cloudbursts are probably going to have a negative impact on urbanization, because there might be some areas which can't be urbanized, which would be interesting also. And I can show our model.
Can I ask something about this?
Yes.
I see, like, I have two links. I have a question. On the one link from C12 to C10. So the quality of living environments towards biodiversity.
Yes.
Could you explain it to me?
Yes, the idea was, well, the living environment is not just us, it's everything. So if we, in that is, it's gonna part of that is gonna be a biodiversity. So if we take care of our quality of living environment, it's gonna be good for biodiversity. So there's gonna be a direct impact on it, probably, maybe.
All right. So with quality of living environment, you mean the biophysical quality?
I think it's more holistic. I don't know. That's how I understood it. Maybe I understood it wrong. Maybe comment.
Yeah, it's like the quality of the green and the water and everything we build is more in balance. So that gives more room to biodiversity.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. And I was wondering about financing measures and educational attainment, that relationship between C17 and C2. So more finances will mean that more people will have education. Is that right?
Yes, in a way, I think. The more educational programs there are, I guess it could go through awareness, but like not only environmental awareness, also educational awareness in a general sense. I don't know. But my feeling was that the more financing is available, the more people can get educated if they wanted to, and the more money is put into announcing educational programs, more people are going to know about them.
All right. Okay. Check. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Gabriela, you said like we have indeed a few more minutes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have 4 more minutes, but maybe we can quickly just look at your Excel.
Yep.
Like at the graph. Like that would be interesting.
Can you see it? Yes.
No, we still we see only your mirror part.
Oh. No.
Yeah, now I see it.
Now I see it, yeah.
Aha, it explodes.
Yes. So this is C15. This is our starting point, and it loops over itself. So I think that is also one of the reasons why it explodes that much. But I think there are quite some interesting, like this is C1, which was the quality of governance. So it decreases a bit, but then it goes up again.
Will it go down if we have more loops? Like if you put the loops on 15 or something?
What do you mean?
Like if we have more iteration loops, maybe it will, some things will get stronger or less.
Oh, let's put maybe 20. Yeah, then it explodes.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Eventually.
Yeah, so everything is going to a very positive way in here because we put all drivers on all the things that we think, you know, that's gonna help there in the system. So then everything goes up and then it's enforcing itself also with another feedback loop. So yeah, it makes sense that this goes up so much, right?
Yeah, but even with the negative drivers, isn't that weird?
Yeah, well, then it depends if there's a balance in them, if they balance each other out, because indeed here's there is some dynamics in this first part, so it's very interesting to see indeed what happens there. So apparently, in the beginning, the search for balance, because it's also in this type of increasing. So in the beginning, there is still some fluctuations, but then in the end, once the system is like kind of started up, then it goes up.
I guess it could be changed, formulating the different points a bit differently, making them like more, or separating them in a positive and negative branch or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, but
Yeah, really cool.
nice to see that it's all in there, and that's also that it's working, and that you can still find the logic behind the graph in your mind map, and you can iterate between that.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah. Yeah, shall we have a quick look at your Miro board as well, Jan and Gabrielle, because you also have a lot of more new feedback loops. Just maybe quickly then just to see what happens there. And then afterwards you can send the Excel files in the chat to me, and then I can see what kind of analysis we can get from it.
Yeah, and we still need to do some work. So I'm here with Lotte Cherken, so I don't know if you like to join maybe later after the next workshop, or I can, with her help, try to put everything else that we had in. So we did, but yeah, do you like to say maybe what we did? A bit crazy.
Yeah, it's very messy.
So it's nice.
Colorful.
Let's see what we did. Yeah, the main point was the acceptance for water in the urban areas and the parks, which goes to, yeah, just talk about a little bit about the negative ones. We had one negative about the urbanization, which was a loop. I'm not sure what it was exactly.
Yeah, I think that if there is more acceptance for water in urban areas, that there will be less dense urbanization. So people will make space for the water. And if there is, and the other connection was that if there is like more urbanization, then it will be less acceptance.
Yeah.
So something like that, yes.
Okay.
And then our other loop was
cloudbursts.
Yeah.
Yeah, the logic was the more cloudbursts, the less people will accept it, I think. Acceptance for water in urban areas and parks. This is also, the cloudbursts are also connected with the heavy rainfalls and the floodings in the city, which affects the water quality of the quality of the living environment because of the heavy rain and the floodings. And that's also linked with the acceptance for water. Yeah, there were like the negative links.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then all the gray thin lines. But that is then the other loops. So the other loops we could find, which were positive. And the big arrows you see, those were from the morning. Those were the 4 direct links, main links to the key concept. And with green, we have the strongest, and with blue, we have the weakest. So it means that if there is a lot of acceptance for water in urban areas and parks, it will directly increase the security, feeling secure, feeling safe, and less fear of the water. But if we have acceptance for water in urban areas and parks, not necessarily means that we'll have more biodiversity. So that's why we put that on less strong. But yeah, that was all.
Very nice. Good. Also very complex. You see also that if you see this like for the first time once, then it's yeah, you need time to figure out what it actually says. But thank you very much. It's like the stories that come out of this, the logic behind it, they're very structured. It's very clear how this logic works. So yeah, thank you very much for your input in this. Really great. And indeed, send me maybe the Excel files. Can look at it and play around with it a little bit, and maybe come back to you tomorrow with some other analysis that we found or something like that, that you can use also tomorrow.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, hopefully this for you was interesting and new input. It's a lot of new information, so I really want to hear how you experienced it. Maybe just in 1 minute we can do a quick round, because I also think we should all take a break, because we're going to learn a new tool at 1 o'clock by Floris. It's called Rain Tool, and you're going to see, okay, for example, if you did this whole analysis and you figure out, I have an idea how to help this or solve this challenge, or I have an idea for targeting this problem. How can you draw out or play with the idea you have in the Rain Tool map, so that you can see, okay, if the government implements my idea, it's going to cost them this much, it's going to need this much space. So you're going to actually, in practice, simulate different ideas within the city of Gothenburg and Mölndal. So that will be the next session from 1 o'clock.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, see you at 1, I think, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And how was this one for you, this session?
Very cool. Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned a lot, and it's nice to make the whole graph and then exploit it to the Excel sheet.
Yeah.
Good. Enjoy. Yeah. Glad you liked it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also, it's my favorite. I'm doing my PhD on this method also, so I'm very like nerdy into this. So I like that you. Yeah, it's always good if more people like the tool.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna definitely try to extrapolate the mind map onto my thesis.
Cool. Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, always feel free to if you want to have a chat about it. It's cool.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you for the workshop.
Yes, thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, see you here at 1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a good lunch.
Hey, see you.
Put this.
Robotic voice always. Sorry.
Yeah, it always scares the hell out of me, but
Yeah,
okay.
that's why I always
Yeah.
want to tell it beforehand, because otherwise it's very creepy. So
There's someone in the house.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I put in the chat already the website. So you can, if you have 2 screens or you want to play around with it. So I will start sharing.
Oh yeah, I will stop sharing.
Yeah,
Sorry.
exactly. No, I can, push you over, so to say, but that's good. Okay, so now you see the website, right? Climate Resilient City Toolbox. You see that, right? Or
yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Sometimes I need confirmation. I'm very insecure. Okay, so well, I agree to a non-cost, very handy tool to use, and this is what you see. Of course, yeah, you can start a new project, open an existing project. We're going to start a new one, which is very nice. Is documentation. There's a lot of documentation that can help you throughout the process. But of course, I'm going to help you through it. But know that if you're stuck somewhere, it's quite easy to go to that part. Okay. So we're starting a new project. Quite easy. The first thing we have to do is select a project area. Did actually the stakeholders mention a certain area, Gothenburg or Mölndal, which I always pronounce? What was the topic actually this morning? Was it targeted to the big city or the? Can someone reflect on that?
I think it wasn't
specifically.
There were some
Okay.
people from the Mölndal.
Yeah.
town hall and so on. So they talked a bit more about Mölndal and others more about Gothenburg.
Okay, well, I'm going to teach you how to use it, so you can use it on every location. But in primarily talks, we had a bit of talks on Mölndal. So I'm going to show you which area would be nice to address. Discussed also with Bjorn.
I think it was Lindome.
Oh yeah.
That was the name.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
And
yeah.
maybe
Yeah, Lindon, sorry, yeah.
you can see it here on the map. If you see Mölndal, and there goes one white line down. And on the right of the park, you see the word Lindome. Yeah, down there.
Is it Lindholm or Lindholm? Because just so you know, that there is a part in Gothenburg which is called Lindholm.
Oh, I think
Okay.
Bjorn is also here in the meeting.
Yeah,
Are you
exactly.
here, Bjorn? Maybe.
Maybe I'm going to show you what we discussed before. So it's this area. You can see the PowerPoint now, right?
Yes.
So it's around Lindholm Station. We can do that. And that's quite a big area. Water goes from this side to that side. And here's a big park, which might have some floodings. But this is space that they actually acquired already. Linking into, do we have required space? What do it cost? So they have a project here. So we could, of course, make room, live with water project in this area. So that might be nice, but I'm just going to teach you how. And of course, yeah, if there's flooding here, it doesn't mean we can solve it here, and we should solve it here. It's a big area, and basically urban strategies are where the water falls, it should be retained, so you don't have a lot of water in one point as was happening in Copenhagen. So if there are opportunities upstream, you could use that as well. So it doesn't really matter, but we should have like a strategy for this. So this is how it looks. So maybe I go back to the website, we can go to this specific area. Let me see where we are. So is it, this station would be, help me out. Is this, you're seeing the, but wait, no, I got confused. I think it's this area, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to look for that the shape of the park.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Oh yeah, but they probably put the park there. So
like that. Okay.
yeah,
Well,
like that's why I couldn't find it as well.
yeah.
So
Well,
probably this is the park.
is there someone who knows the Swedish word for station? Maybe we can see where it is.
This is probably the station.
Oh yeah. Looks like it. The rails.
Malden station, but it
Yeah.
doesn't see it. Well, okay.
I think it's further south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like south, like this, or?
Yeah, it's south of.
Ah.
Yeah, that's what
Very
I
good.
was saying.
Oh, right. Okay. So, yeah, let me get back to the map. I don't see those buildings, but that might be these buildings or something. I think the park is around here then. This might be the area that they wanted to look at. But for the sake of argument, it doesn't really matter. So suppose this is the area and this is the park. What is important that you make a certain area, and we can make that quite big as well. So suppose we want to do, let's get that pond on there as well. Just making a sketch like this. So this is always the first step. And the river goes here. And then you close it. Well, it already says you the size, and then I think this area that we want to make climate adaptive. So then I push next, and then it gives you some choices to do. Is it about heat stress, drought? It's mostly about pluvial flood in this case, and water safety. You can always do heat stress and drought, but then you get also shading of public area and that kind of thing. And that's not really the topic now. But if you're in the, the really urban inner city, then it could be that you push that, and you get a lot of more measures. That's basically it. Well, it's a city neighborhood scale that we're going to look, but we can push them all, so we get some more things. Of course, we have, yeah, in the end, it doesn't really matter what you do or not do, but let me, subsurface availability, that's mostly, can we do subsurface measures? Of course, that's possible, but they're more expensive and hard to maintain. And if I hear the story of the storytelling, that might not be well the topic. So I think we're gonna do most of it surface measures, engaging, of course, with education and everything. So let's see. Subsurface is low. We have probably not only flat roofs but also slope roofs. The soil type, I think, mentioned on Monday was clay. And of course, there are different things, but it gives a bit of calculations that the infiltration capacity can be low. That's basically why you push this. And it's not Holland, so we have sloping areas. And that's basically that's basically it. And you can fiddle around with this. It doesn't matter. You can still do all the measurements, but it gives you always also a bit of thought on why do I push this, and in what kind of area are we. So still now we didn't change anything. We didn't spend money, for example. We don't know storage capacity, but we can now go entering the area and look for things that we can do. And just as a start, I'm not sure what this is, but you can look, of course, on Google Maps what it is. But let's say this is a green field that we can use. And then we can push measures. And what we could see is the green roofs. I already have experience with that. Permal pavement. I don't think it really fits the description of education and everything. Green facades. Bioswales could be a good option, because bioswales are basically green fields that can be used as a playground. So it's education, it's interaction with water. So that could be one of the things that we could find out. I would start here, and later, if we don't have a lot storage, or we should do more, go underground. But that meets some of the requirements that Thomas always was mentioning. Who's going to do the maintenance? It's much more difficult. It's more finance. You don't always have the room because there are a lot of cables. So let's start with the easy parts, I would say. Removing pavement is, of course, quite effective, especially if you make a bioswale from it. Let me see what they have more. Water square could be something, been mentioned, like a play field. Just going through it. Urban forest is something is already used, so that could be something that you could use. Well, and there's a lot more that you could see, and it gets you inspiration, like it has been used in Copenhagen, and some are more relevant than others. I think lowering part of gardens could be something as well, or urban wetland, especially in the outreach of the river. That could be something. But let's see if we the bioswale with drainage. You can choose that, and then say, well, I like a bioswale here. So you just sketch it on the map, like this. Could be any form, and then that could be a lower green field where we can store water, for example. And we close it like this. Yes. And then you can fiddle around. the water depth, for example. Now it says 35 centimeters. Which is in the Netherlands and most of the countries, we don't want to make it too deep because of maybe safety issues. That's what I heard from storytelling as well. We want people to experience the water, not drown, not that kind of thing. So you can put this here, but know that if a stakeholder comes in and he says, well, we really need more storage of water, this is not resilient yet, you can play around with it. You could just say, okay, we're going to make it a lot deeper. But let's say for the sake of argument like this, this is the inflow area. We still have to see where the inflow area would be, but I would guess that at a swale like this, mostly you can connect maybe 2 blocks to this, depending, of course, the depth and stuff. But for the sake of argument, you can leave it at this point, and then the width it already has. So you could say done, and then you get already we just made 50 cubic meters of water storage with a depth of 35 centimeters. So it also cost that kind of money. And that's mainly because you have to move the ground and there's a drainage underneath it. And this is a design tool, so it's really rough. And Sweden is a bit more maybe costly than the hourly rate in the Netherlands. So it's a rough estimation, so to say, just to choose between, am I going to use a swale or am I going to do something else? Well, I'm not satisfied. I still have budget. I don't think this is going to solve all problems. So this is how you could go through the city and just implement some measures. And maybe for Friday, and of course now it's probably the best if we just see what different measures can do. So actually, I don't know this area very well, but let's see. We want to make a square. Just for the sake of argument, because it's nice if you would do this. Of course, it seems this is probably a square. So a measure I'm gonna put to also to see what that would do. So I like the water square. I'm gonna choose it. I'm gonna make a very nice water square. Happy little water square. Like Bob Ross, famous painter, making this. So, and again, storage depth, a water square mostly is a bit deeper. It has compartments, and well, we can look at a lot of examples around the world. Well, actually we did, of course, in Sweden, there's a lovely water square, which is a bit round. So again, you can fill around with it and then you're done. And then of course it adds what you have done. So of course the costs are a lot higher because a water square is a bit more expensive mostly, especially if you have to build it. You can transform existing squares, of course, so there's a lot of variation in cost, but it gives you a rough estimate what you would need. And also answering the question on the criteria which we just discussed or mentioned by Thomas is what are the maintenance, and not only the cost, of course, who's going to pay for it. And who's going to pay for it depends on how much money it would cost. So it gives you some first numbers on how to make a city like this climate proof. Is this, and then you can of course use this table. You can see view as a table. Well, a biosquare, a bioswale, construction. Not a lot of money. This is a lot more money, but you see there's a lot more area to it as well. So that's a bit of the, you could ask a stakeholder, okay, how much storage capacity do you need? And he will probably put you at, I want 60 millimeters storage depth. So that means that you have a wide area, connected area, and then multiplied by 60 millimeters. And that's the amount of cubic meters you have to do. And he will probably say, I have a budget of, what's this? This is already about 2 million or something. So that's quite a budget. So yeah, that's how you can fiddle around with it and at least give them some numbers. And of course, put the disclaimer, it's just for design, but I'm thinking of certain measures. And because one of the most criteria is probably cost, you know, everybody wants great things. We really have to do nature-based service, I think, because it's education and everything we heard in the beginning. So I would not go for underground measures, not yet. Also because there's a lot of clay, which is not very well, doesn't have a lot of infiltration capacity, for example, and maintenance is more expensive. So let me, because sometimes you have to say to a professor, shut up. Does this help? Or any questions at this point? Can we use this?
I was wondering as an idea, maybe because we still have time until the stakeholders come in,
yeah.
We could give you the next 20 minutes, each one of you, to ask each one of you to experiment with a measure. So to use the rain tool to see if you can pick one. It can be different than what Floris just said. Just pick one, try to draw it, try to put it on the map, try to see what are the costs, and we'll be here. So we'll be here for questions. And if you run into problems or the results are strange, even better, because then you can ask and share screen and say, okay, what is going on and why this doesn't work in this area, etc. So, well, it's good for you to go through your hands, experience it. So let's do that for the next 20 minutes. Everyone picks a measure and you try to map it in Rain 2. And we'll be here and we can stay here.
You can always maybe go to Google Maps as well and really go, of course, into the area and see if there's a square or something related to it. So we really pinpointed to a location and we can say this is a good ID. And I will also in the chat put a file I got from Bjorn and Dick, who was presenting in the morning, to some background information. So yeah,
perfect.
Could you also share the region, like the park they mentioned?
Yeah. I will send the. I think that would fit. Maybe the slides that I showed, right?
Yes.
Yeah, with the location. Yeah, perfect. Okay, will do. And then Gabrielle, sorry, meeting at 2. You said, right? 20 minutes.
Yeah, but we can stay here, like just in the call, and then people have questions.
Oh yeah, exactly.
So let's all stay in the call. And just try to experiment. And if you have a question, unmute yourself and just ask it. Yeah.
Nice.
Right.
Yeah, I have one question. What are we going to do with the stakeholders at 2?
We can ask them for more information. We can also pitch already our first IDs and see how they react. So maybe at 2, we can see your first results of a certain measure and what your perception is, and just test with them if it's a good ID. Would it be nice?
Okay.
And also what we can do is, because they ask for best management practices around the world, and there's some locations in Rotterdam or Singapore, I could show some as well, but I think it's the nicest after about 20 minutes that you already, and I think we're really on a good track in the sense that we are looking for certain measures on the surface and, you know, everything you already addressed, maybe, you know, repeat it, see where they nod, and maybe we can also say what is the budget you have, or do you have any clue on how much storage do we have to build? Those are quite nice questions for them as well.
Yeah, indeed. And I think more questions will arise while you're putting the measure in Rain 2. Because then you will see like, oh, okay, this is this area, but how much area do I can work with? Yeah. So this is more experimentation now, and then all the questions that you are not sure of, we can ask them as well. And of course, if it's about Rain 2, you can always ask Floris. Yeah. So let's
Are you excited?
experiment with it. Yes.
We're gonna solve this.
Another workshop, guys. Another tool. Very exciting.
Okay.
Hi, it's Bjorn here. I have a question, but maybe we could take that after we'll let the students continue with their task.
Yeah,
So
sure.
Go ahead. Feel free.
Yeah.
I was just wondering what we discussed earlier, Floris.
Yeah.
Depending on the input and the reactions from the officials from Göteborg Mölndal now when they participate at 2 o'clock, that we don't get to sort of check with them on how we should continue with Lindome.
Yeah.
So that that we can see it, so that it's clear to them what's going to happen from today and on with this sort of test project in Rain Tool.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think would be the best way, Bjorn, that if they come in, they will shortly present the situation? Or
you mean today at 2 o'clock?
Yeah, or yeah.
No, I think your plan sounds good with what you have said to show them some examples, some ideas, and see how they react.
Yeah, exactly.
And I guess in a way it's up to them what they want to do with it, if they want to pick up the ball and keep squeezing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would be good to do that on an interactive way. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe guys, you can share with us which measure you pick so that you can all pick a different one. And that can also be an intro to the stakeholders like, okay, I experimented with this is how it looks. And then all of you can share a different measure for them to see.
Yeah.
So you could share with us what are you going to pick.
And
Yeah,
Bjorn, oh, sorry.
I actually also have a question because I'm trying to make an urban wetland, but when I make it, it's like the storage capacity stays 0, and I think it has something to do with the width of the area, because that stays on year 0, but I don't know what I can fill in there because I painted an area.
Can you maybe share your screen?
Yes. Even kijken. So this is the area I painted, but here the width stays 0. And then the storage capacity also stays 0.
That is weird. Yeah. Let me see if that happens when I do that as well. Because indeed.
Maybe it's not closed, the square, or.
Oh, can you put the inflow area a bit higher, the second one?
Yeah.
And nothing happens, right? No. Okay, so
No.
that's not it. No. And you cannot change the width.
Yeah.
And now the numbers
now
are
it
moving.
goes. Yeah. All right.
Yes.
But it's kind of, that's still weird because mostly it takes the width that you draw. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it is strange because now I actually don't know if this width is fitting in the area I selected.
Yeah. Totally understand. Yeah. Let me check. Urban wetland. That's weird because when I do it, it does calculate it in the. Huh. Can you try again, maybe? Maybe
Yeah.
something happened along the way, or just push it, or another one in another location. And maybe a question, Bjorn, are you still there? Because I still wonder if we're in the right location. Ah, okay. Because the people that come in are from Mölndal, right? That area. So not the area that we're looking.
Yeah, they're from Mölndal municipality.
Yeah. So when we sketch, yeah, because we're now a bit to the south, not in the area that they looked at.
Okay. I guess it's still. I guess it's still within their administrative borders, but.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
If we look at examples together with the officials later that are outside that circled area, I think it's good to let them know that.
Yeah, exactly. I think it would be because they because I got the pictures of Lindum Station, but mostly we talked about the center of Mölndal, I think. But maybe you know Sweden a bit a bit better than me.
Yeah, I think the circle that they projected in the map I sent you is like 1 kilometer radius from the station in Lindome, the train station.
Oh, okay. So maybe just to be sure, because it might be nice. Sorry. So this is the area they talked about, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and that green park is here.
The green park is not that.
No.
What can you point out the train station maybe?
I think. Wait.
You should see the railroad, I guess.
That's a terrible map, which is underneath. If we have some improvement for this tool, which I didn't make, of course, I'm just using it, then feel free.
Yeah.
I think you can put layers. So maybe on the left,
Sorry, where? On the left.
No, if you go back where you were before.
Yeah.
There, you know, the icons on the left of the map. No, a bit further right. Like it's on the map.
Oh, right. Sorry. Layers. Yeah. And let me see.
And the aerial photograph, maybe you can see the.
Oh yeah. Ha. Yes.
Oh, here we go.
You should give this course. Because the different version. I don't know. It wasn't this one. So this is probably a station or not?
It's actually a perfect example of everyone learning from one another.
Yeah.
So I think that's wonderful. We're also helping each other.
Very good. So I would, if this is the whole city, probably this will be the, or this. No, this is a road and this will be the railroad then. But I don't really see a railroad actually.
It's there. I think you're on the right track, so to speak.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly.
great. All right. This helps.
If you want to compare with a map that they you actually put the map in one of the presentations you sent a few days ago.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so now we're I share the map. Yeah, so it's this is where we were, yeah. So that park is where the river would meet approximately the station. So about here. But basically we're viewing the whole situation, yeah. So so it will be good if you're sketching now to maybe get this area and sketch it. So like I'm maybe just fiddle around like everyone else. I would say this is a parking lot, which is quite a big surface. And I see some green areas here. So I would love to make this permal pavement, but I'm not doing that because I know it's already costly. But I know that we can lower this grass and ensure that the water would go to this surface area. So maybe, you know, a quite simple thing in this area could be, and that's very, of course, small, but we could easily put this to practice and then say this is a very nice bioswale, for example. And that's quite a cost-effective way of putting that on a map. So that's another example. Oh, it doesn't like the map anymore. Like this. So this is basically how they climate-proof cities. You know, you should take local measures. And what I found quite interesting, what Dick sent, because there was more information that I actually found. I can. Oh, that's that Word document that I sent in the chat. So, but there's so much green space here. It's quite easy to reflect to measures what I could see. If you go to industrial areas, for example, this is a huge area. And probably all the water will go because there's no surface water around, or maybe this is a bit surface water, but this is a large green. You can retain a lot of green there, of course, but you have to talk to the owner of this because that's one of the criteria as well. Finance, ownership, but it will be quite easy to put a measure here as well.
Yeah, and I recall, Floris, from our discussion with the officials in Mölndal that it seemed like they were really keen on suggestions for adaptations in the area that was outside of the sort of urban area.
Yeah.
So it's in the south part of that picture where you actually had the river or the small stream flowing through the rural landscape. They were quite open to that, and also along the small creek that you showed in the first example that runs alongside of the railroad. I think they had problems with flooding there as well.
Yeah. So you mean this would be the urban dense area here?
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
And as I recall it, they were open to they were interested in suggestions to measures that were sort of in the south end of that picture where you actually have farmland.
Yeah.
Because that would be really feasible and cheap for them, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Because the river flows from here to there, right?
Mm-hmm.
From this could be a huge storage area, for example. Before it goes into the city, you will store water when there's too much and prevent it will go up there.
Yes.
And they also yeah.
No, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, and also this would be the green area, the project area.
That's right. Yeah.
Nice.
And I think they also mentioned a little bit more specifically where you actually put the yellow symbol there.
Here.
If you zoom on that, I think if you zoom in there, you could outline a small stream that runs from northwest to southeast, and it ends up in the big river down in the far.
You mean this one?
Yes, I think that they pointed that part of the system was trouble with floodings as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and if you go to the area, this is probably doesn't have ownership. You know, I'm looking at this. You could sketch a bioswale here, but this is probably owned by, mostly you put a map on it, what is owned. And this is more like a forest area. So what I'm thinking here, before it goes into the stream, this is quite some space you could use.
Floris,
Even, yeah, sorry.
sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt you. There are some stakeholder already in the waiting room.
Okay.
So just wanted to let you know, shall I let them in or wait a little bit?
Yeah. Shall we? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sure. So then we have some nice things to talk about. Shall I stop sharing? How are you guys doing? Did you were able to put some solutions on the map?
I've put something on the map. I don't know if it's a solution.
Well, everything could be a solution. So, yeah. I think some stakeholders were coming in, and maybe we can give a short update what we're doing this workshop, and maybe have some interactions. And otherwise, we will continue with sketching.
Hello, everybody. Would you like me to present myself?
Yes, please. Yeah, very welcome.
Thank you. My name is Urban Rickardsson. I'm a landscape architect at Mölndal City. I will be project managing and designing the investment we have planned for the park in Lindome.
Nice. Yeah. Can you tell something more about the park or the project?
Yeah, we haven't really decided what we will do yet. It's in the budget, so it's 23. But yeah, I know the area. I have been there. We have done some minor works before. So yeah, it's a small river, quite central in the central part of Lindome with some lawns and yeah, quite nice area.
Yeah, we would have loved to be there instead of a digital meeting, of course. So yeah, and we were just you know, seeing what kind of solutions we could do, and we had a bit of a run up by storytelling in the morning. So first ideas or more strategy directions, and now we were sketching some concrete measures. And also finding out what the cost would be or required space. Shall we maybe show you something of that map, and that maybe gives you some ideas, or maybe you can tell more about what you think would be the best solution for that area? Would it be something? Yeah. Would it be nice if not the professor is talking, but maybe one of you in the Climate Cafe could show one of the measures you is that possible? We didn't rehearse it, so I know I put you on the spot, but is there someone who wants to show what they were looking at?
Yeah, I can go.
Yeah? All right, check on.
Share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just went looking in, I don't know how the name is called. I found an industrial area, and I just thought, what if I make all the parking spaces permeable, so that the water can flow away? And it's like what I got for now.
Great. And you can see already that you made almost 2,000 cubic meters of storage.
Yeah.
And we can see the cost, which are yeah, quite high.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, it's a large area, so it could have a large effect. Yeah.
Yeah.
And why did you choose permal pavement?
Oh, because it's quite a familiar subject for me, because I how do you call it? I onder water gehaald.
Yeah. flooded, onder water gehaald?
Flooded, yeah, exactly.
Oh,
That
right.
was the
Okay.
term.
Yeah. We did testing in the Netherlands on the hydraulic capacity of permeable pavement.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and of course, in this area, what you indeed can see is that, well, there's a lot of pavement, and it might be very hard to convince the owners to make it green. So then the solution in the middle could be that we make the existing hard surfaces permeable. So that could be a very good option as well. Yeah, nice, thanks. And we get an indication of the cost, and it's indeed a large area, and I think largely contributing to floodings of the area because, well, it's large. And would it be easy to convince stakeholders to do so in this area? What do you think, Tjerk-Jan?
Well, it's quite expensive, but for small places, maybe it can be. It's not if that difficult. You can make it permeable quite easily if you put, like the permeable pavement in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can choose how much you will invest in this. You have like the cheaper solutions, and you have more expensive solutions. So.
Yeah, exactly. And you probably need to speak to maybe 4 owners, as I see here, instead of if you go to an urban district and convince a lot of people to do so. So that could be a very strategy. Yeah. And you have big roofs there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know you have been working in Euvelgunne industrial area. What kind of measures do they have in that industrial area?
Well, there's a company who has they use their the rainwater what falls onto the roof. They use it to they filter it, and then they use it to flush the toilet and to store it at the parking spaces, not on the park spaces, but right next to it. It's some kind of ponds.
Nice. Yeah. So that would water retention and and we saw some green roofs up there as well. And I see they have also, I think, some bioswales, and there's a green area in that industrial area as well. So that could be also something we could compare. That might be cheaper than permeable pavement. Yeah, if they were willing. Yeah, nice. Thanks, Tjerk-Jan. Is there someone else that wants to show what they got on the map as a first sketching?
Yeah, maybe in addition to Tjerk-Jan, his area, I took the same area, but I have different approach.
Okay.
Maybe it's good to mention for the guests who just came in that what we've been doing is Floris introduced Rain Tool. So this program that you're seeing on your screens. And we asked every student to pick a measure and experiment with it, because this workshop is also about learning how to use the tool. And now we have you as guests here. We would love to, after this is also to show you what kind of different measures there are, like the pavement, but also bioswales or green roofs, etc. So you can have a look of the diversity of what every student chose and experimented. And then we can focus on the area that you just mentioned. So on the area that is relevant, like Lindome. So, well.
Nice. Yeah. It would be nice to have some feedback from stakeholders on what they think would be best. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But let's look what's on the map.
Thomas?
Yeah, so in addition to Tjerk-Jan, his plan, I use this road as a rain road. So all the water from this terrain, from the industrial area, we can collect it on this road, and that will lead to this green area, which in this model is a bioswale. So all the you direct the water from the area to the roads, and from the roads to the bioswale next to the industrial area.
Nice.
Yeah, and this is a little cheaper than.
It's a lot cheaper.
It's a lot cheaper, yeah.
Yeah.
Even if you make it 2,000 cubic meters, it will, well, this times 4.
Yeah.
Will be a lot cheaper.
Exactly. Yeah, and this is a rough estimate, of course, because it might be already that it's a bit lower than the other. And we have to look, of course, on the slopes of this, but it's a very good option, and it seems that that water could be used for an overflow or a bioswale. Quite ownership, because you mentioned in the beginning some of the criteria which are quite important, right? Finance, maintenance.
Oh, me, yeah.
Yeah. You,
Yeah,
Thomas.
yeah.
Yeah. Thomas, you mentioned some criteria.
Yeah.
Can you tell something about that? Because this morning you already had some feedback from stakeholders. So.
Yeah, right. So we talked about who is responsible for the climate adaptive measures, and with responsibility comes who is going to pay for the measurements, who is going to maintain the measurements. Yeah, and who is going to organize it? So is it only the private space, or is it also the public space, and are they going to work together? Because the whole climate adaptation or climate issue is, I think, an integrated problem, and you have to tackle it on an integrated way. So you have to combine the public space and the private space have to work equally hard on the same issue.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, and I think this solution, for example, costs are not too much, but now you have an indication of cost, and now you can have a debate on who's paying. Can they even maintain it, and that kind of. It kickstarts mostly these important criteria. Yeah. Maybe it's nice to have some feedback of stakeholders. What you see now is, and it's just a design tool, some first ideas that relates to you, or maybe not.
It looks very interesting and easy to use program.
Yeah. And it calculates already some basic figures. Is there some solution, because we can sketch anything that is inside your head now that you would think, oh, that would fit in there, and I want to know what the cost would be. Is there something discussed within the municipality that might be a good solution that we could try out?
Yeah, maybe. In that area that's proposed for development of the park, there's a flat area towards the city center. I have been thinking that that's where you might, it could be possible to do something there. I don't know what bioswale or what it would be, but I think it could be a good area. I don't know if
So we're talking about, this area, right?
Yeah, maybe I can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, I will stop sharing.
I'm just gonna, I think it's easier for me to show on a map.
Yeah, nice.
I'm just gonna open our maps here. So.
I also just shared the link in the chat to the website of the tool we were using, just so you have it.
Yeah. Thanks.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, it's very impressive. Yeah.
So this is the Mölndal's map system. So I will just go down to Lindome.
You're not showing the map.
No,
I think you're showing a different screen if you have two screens.
We see a lot of numbers and colors, and I'm very impressed.
I don't know what I'm showing
now.
Right
You're
now,
showing the OneNote.
All right. Strange. And maybe there's a map now.
There, yeah. Now it is. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. Perfect. Here you can see the river. The city center is here, and this park area is to be developed. And this area is also slightly flatter. So I think here you can do something to retain water. In some places of the park, there are there are slopes and maybe harder to find flat areas for bioswales or other measures. So this area, I think it's interesting, and it would be nice to get some ideas or of what to do there.
Sorry.
Yeah, continue.
I actually chose exactly that.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
And did you already make some calculations and results that you can show?
Yeah, I can show something.
Great.
If you're interested. Or I don't know if you wanted to finish first.
I'm finished, so just take the screen and share.
All right.
So that goes very quick. So if you have another opportunity or location, you just think about it, and then we calculate it in this session.
Can you see my screen?
It's coming. Yeah. All right. Yeah, indeed.
So yeah, I thought because here is this elevation as well, and there's gonna be a lot of runoff when it rains. So to channel that here and then maybe create like a free water surface, like maybe a pond or something like that, where it could accumulate, and then in case it rains a lot, could drain into the river through here. With either a ditch or bioswale. I don't know what would be better.
Yeah.
I'm no engineer.
Yeah, we could use the green area a bit as well there next to it. So yeah.
Yeah, I thought
Nice.
more about this just field, which seems like isn't used much or anything.
Exactly. And how much cubic meters of storage did you? Can you go a bit up?
Yeah.
So there's 1,000 cubic meters. That's quite okay already.
Yeah, with ditches instead of bioswales a bit more.
Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. The main difference to a bioswale and ditches are basically a ditch, like a sloot in the Netherlands, and bioswale has drainage to it as well. So it induces infiltration. So it's a solution mostly to drought as well, and you can regulate it more, but it's more expensive, and it takes, of course, maintenance and everything. So I think it's very good to have some different measures, and especially the ditches to use to divert the water, and it could be a bioswale in that area indeed. Yeah, nice.
All right, that was my idea.
Good. Yeah.
Do you think it could be possible to do something with the water coming in the river from upstream? Because I think that's one of the problems for Kungsbacka and areas further down the stream. So, and this might be a place where you can retain the actual river water itself, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
Yeah, like that's what you discussed before with Björn, what I heard like while doing it. And I thought at least it can be, it always depends on how much it rains, but at least some storage of the water that comes down from up there and it's diverted. So you could, I don't know, maybe you could release it slowly back into the river over time and something like that. I don't know. Just some quick idea.
That's great. Yeah. And I think, of course, it's always good to see if it's been done before. And there are some projects around the world that maybe I can show you just as an inspiration, because every location is different, of course. But there's one. Have you ever been in Singapore? Any of you? No? Do you want to go to Singapore with me now? Yeah? Okay, let's go. So this is Singapore, highly dense area, and you can see here that this area reminded me of this park, and it's called Bishan Park. If you see pictures of the old days, it was terrible, being a concrete channel. but now, as you can see here, as you can see on the map, they gave it more room, so they widened the slopes, so there's less flooding. But also, all these from all these houses, they connected with ditches that go in here, and the water is retained in this area. And will infiltrate because there are drought issues and everything, but it's also clay soil like in Sweden, so it infiltrates. But also, when the water goes too high in this area, it can overflow in this area, and the area is beautiful. It's used for recreation, and let me show you one other point on the map, and maybe you can show a Dutch example later as well. So let me see. Here's some information. I will put it in the chat. But they made a real nice natural park. You can see here they made some slopes where people sit in the summer, and when it's really raining, it just overflows. So it's really a recreational area, of course, for a lot of people that live around there. And they have some ditches going in here. There's water retention here, so it goes both sides. Just one of those projects that it has little streams from the urban area going into the bigger sites, and it's really, if you're out there, it's quite a nice park with a lot of fish. Not really visible, I think, but and I will put this in the chat just to show that we can use that as inspiration, or I will put that in the chat later. And I was thinking also, because Groningen doesn't have, but if we go a bit more in the area of us, or some are Dutch, I can take you to Rotterdam. Oh, that might take a bit. Let me stop sharing, and then look it up and share later again. So would that be maybe a best management practice that could relate to this location, that we can have some inspiration, even detailed drawings, and or do you guys know any other inspiration locations that could be used in this certain area?
I know that because you're also working with the Gothenburg River, aren't you? On the Gothenburg side. Isn't it the big river that connects Mölndal and Gothenburg, or am I wrong now? Was it the other one that you...
Björn, was that the river from the river walk?
Yeah, the river from the Riverwalk was Mölndalsån, so we were
exactly. So on the Mölndal side, it's called Mölndalsån, and on the Gothenburg side, it's the Gothenburg River. We've done quite a large-scale plan, both Mölndal and Gothenburg together, during that stretch. So the entire area from Liseberg, basically in Gothenburg, down to Mölndal's innerstad, Mölndal station and center. So everything surrounding it, and of course along that river. And to that was a green plan, sort of suggestions that they made. And I think it's sort of similar because it's obviously more dense areas. You have a lot more housing and things like that. But they did give a lot of suggestions of that kind of look like the things you showed now, where to, or you can have different levels here where people can come down and get closer to the river, but it can still be flooded and stuff. And you can have little picnic areas and little more natural with the biodiversity areas. So you had different sort of environments and areas along that whole stretch of river. And nice. we really liked that suggestion. So it was attached to that plan for that whole area, but obviously there wasn't a plan to do all those things. It was just suggestions for both Mölndal and Gothenburg to do those things. So we've done a few of them, I know, in smaller areas, obviously. But
yeah,
I think everyone was pretty happy with that whole suggestion plan, or whatever you call it.
Okay.
And it looked very similar to those areas that you showed now.
Nice.
Think
yeah.
Could you maybe show it to us? Do you have some examples?
Yeah, I can look it up. Someone else can talk in the meantime.
Shall I show you the Rotterdam example?
Yeah.
It was a bit quicker than I anticipated. So I'm gonna take you to Rotterdam, which I usually don't do because I'm from Amsterdam and the football clubs are competing. But anyway, not the topic of this is this is basically really into the city. So if you have more an urban dense area, this is a single, they call it. And what I like about this is because it's different, so you can compare things. This was a very confined space. They made room for the river, literally, but in this case, they made it as a hard surface. And they planned to do some things here as well, but there were trees and they were not able to cut them down, or well, of course, the monument tree, so you don't want to do this. So this is just an example of what you could do also with hard surfaces. But I like the Singapore one better, actually. But it's good to compare and have different solutions, I would say. Yeah.
I found it.
Perfect.
Let's see where I put it.
And if anyone else has a great inspiring project, feel free to show.
Can you see this now?
Yes.
Okay, I'll have to zoom out quite a bit, but it's just overall. So we had a consultant that took this or made this whole thing within this project. So they did all the analysis of the existing riverside and how it looked. So we're talking about this area here. So you have Gothenburg here on this side of the river in this area, and then the Mölndal part is this side or this part of the area. So we have the city center here, and further down is Lindome. But they just did different characters along the river. Obviously, this has a lot more like cultural environments and stuff like that with buildings and some industries and stuff as well. But they looked at where the different the larger green areas are that connects the west and the east part of the city and things like that, and also where all the bridges are and where you can walk and cycle, because it's quite important, because you have the motorway and all the infrastructure along the river here. So we also need to connect across, of course. And then they looked at the different sections of what we could do then. So you have the streets and the infrastructure, and then you had like these little areas where you suggested where rain can flow and stuff along the roads. And I know we've done that several times because we own usually the infrastructure and the roads. So there we have the opportunity that we can actually add things on the sides of it to like you say, like connect to the larger water flows and stuff like that. And then the walking paths and then vegetation, and then you have the river. And so there's different sections of stuff that they looked at that you can do. And then if you go further down to the suggestions, they have like the green roofs and the sides of the buildings. So you can see here that the sections more in detail. So they have different suggestions for different parts then, because it obviously looks a bit different in different parts, what you can do and stuff like that.
Nice.
So they did come up with lots of like characters for what you can do here.
Yeah.
With suggestions, and obviously like the whole where you can walk and hang out and do stuff like that as well.
And was
And
the
it
one
was quite
that,
detailed.
yeah. Was there one in particular that you liked or was very compatible for the situation in the area?
Well, some of them are more expensive, obviously, they take up a lot of space and stuff because, like I said, it's quite dense there. And
Yeah.
some parts where we own the land, we've done a few smaller bits, but it
Yeah.
all depends sort of on the budget we have and stuff like that. And if we're building something around in that area, then we can add to and do something here along the river as well, so to speak.
Yeah.
But it was a very detailed thing they did here that we really liked, that we could sort of pick and choose between these different different projects, and depending on what we needed or wanted at the time then, and we still use this and have this sort of if we want to do something in the future, or so it just made me think of
Nice.
this.
Yeah.
So we are obviously we
That's
haven't
great.
done all of these things because some of them are quite a large scale ones, but the
Yeah.
smaller bits we've sort of picked and choose to take from to a little bit at a time, make it a bit better along this riverside.
Nice, and especially the pictures you showed above, it shows a lot of interaction.
Yeah.
Because some of the things we discussed in the beginning, it's very important to raise awareness, also to have a relation with the water. Water should be fun, positive, you know, entering the city. That's nice.
So that is something that was very useful
Yeah.
in the everyday planning of different areas here.
Yeah.
And they did suggest a little bit more advanced things that, like we said when we talked before about what we have done in the city today, we haven't really done that much. We've talked about that, the solutions for climate adaptation. We haven't gone quite far there, but we are very interested in these types of solutions where we need to just get the politicians and everyone together and city to start working with this.
Yeah, and that's a part we could help with. I see the rain gardens in Malmo. We did some testing there in a ClimateCafe in 2019. That was quite nice. And under the bottom on the right, there's a constructed wetland, which one of you was already sketching as well. So and then you can have more detailed on where it would fit on the location, and also what kind of cost would be involved. Not only the construction, but also the maintenance. Of course, it's a rough estimate, but it really can help to put the discussion. You know, who's responsible for what, and what kind of benefits do we have if we implement it. So it's very nice. Yeah.
I saw. I could just tell you that the industrial area that we talked about before, that some of you looked at, that we do have sort of a long-term plan there, because we are starting with the Lindome Centrum on the north side of the big street there that crosses right the way through. Difficult without a map in front of me to talk about it, but the city center is where we're starting sort of to develop that area. So those parking lots have been a huge discussion what to do with them. So there is potential there to use them for something more. It's just that we need a certain amount of parking space, obviously, and they want to build houses on some of that parking spaces. But if we could do something around the houses, or use the parking spaces in a better way, then all those suggestions will be very good. And all the south side of that street, the big industrial area that connects to the river there, and that will sort of be the next step that we talked about. So after we've developed the city center, we're going to look at that industrial area. Some of the some of the industries and people working there are going to move their companies. So we're sort of looking if they can be moved out of the city center or to another better suited area. So we can use that area in a better way, because right now it's a bit unused area. So we have talked about if we want from the municipality or the city council to do a larger scale plan there. So there's also potential there to do something a bit more, because if we look at that whole area in a larger scale, then we do have the ability to implement different solutions or suggestions. So even if we other people buy plots of land there to build houses, mostly for housing there, we can still along the streets in between the houses, and obviously there will probably be along the river, closest to the river, there will most likely be parks and stuff, because you can't build that close to the river there anyway. So there's also potential to do things there on the very further south of the industrial area there, closest to the river. So that was very interesting.
Yeah.
To look at those as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think it really helps. Well, that was a nice document. Yeah. And hi, Lisa. Thanks for joining. Yeah. Did you see some of the ideas and maybe a reflection from you or?
Yeah, actually, I stumbled right into Singapore, so that was nice.
Yeah. Okay.
You just heard me talking then.
Have you seen Singapore? No, I've seen Singapore and Rotterdam, and I'm actually just now looking for this beautiful adaptation carried out by one of the municipalities close to Stockholm, and they had a bike path. I think it was mainly walking and bike path, which was flooded from times to times. And so they were saying, okay, what to do? Do we really need this bike path here, or can people perhaps go another way, which would be further? But then again, most people take the car anyway. So, or could we dig some whole big drums down underground and just make the water pass? And then they came up with the idea, no, okay, let's make a wetland. So they made quite a large area wetlands, and now there are many more people on the bike path because all the ornithologists and nature lovers come out there to see it as well. So they made something really nice and very much appreciated by the citizens to tackle the problem, which was actually making people unsafe and unhappy. So now I'm looking, I was searching which municipality would this have been, and I can't remember and I can't find it. But that was mainly what they did, because this was urban. This was right about when we had the last flooding of Kålleredsbäcken, that this good example came up in my mail flow.
Nice.
Because Kålleredsbäcken is a smaller, it's a creek or smaller river, which has been straightened out just behind IKEA. It's been straightened out, and when there's a lot of water, it floods. It has been flooding because then it has to cross the highway, and it has to cross the railway, and there's just not space enough in these underground crossings. So people got water in the basements, and that makes no one happy. And so they're asking for the municipality, what can you do? And what have we been doing? Urban, do you know about this?
Slightly, or I know some parts of that. Yeah, what has been done or not. It's quite complicated. There's the river is too small actually for very big flows. I think the main issue is, and there are bridges that need to be rebuilt, and yeah, other actions to be taken. But
we're doing technical solutions as good as we can, and so I was starting to send around within our organization, what if we did something different? What if we made, because this is a beautiful creek that comes up from a natural area in a meandering way, and then it comes down to Kållered and it's straightened out, and that's where we get the problem with the water. So can we do something upstreams, and can we do something with obviously we couldn't, because we had to do something very quickly, and I don't think anyone really had time to look into this. But that was when I found this this example, and so that would be really nice to do something less technical.
Yeah,
that's my hope.
Nice.
And maybe you can say so that one good thing that might have come from that flooding and so on, being having to forced to stop the traffic on the highway, is that the awareness is very high right now about actions needed to be done. I think if we can find something good to do in Lindome, then we might get funding from different parts and so on. So yeah.
In my presentation on Monday, there was a picture of two flooding situations in Mölndal. One was quite old, from 15 years ago. It was Mölndalsån. The last time it flooded a lot, but a great lot, like people were doing water skiing on the streets.
Yeah.
And then, but the picture next to it was a pedestrian tunnel for the commuting train station in Kållered. And it was so high in water that I'm not sure if I would have wanted to swim there. Perhaps it wouldn't be enough oxygen. It was that much water. So yeah, that's when awareness raises. So 2006, everyone was talking about the climate change. In 2019, everyone was talking about climate change, I think.
Yeah. And do you know roughly, because we have been sketching, you know, certain areas and certain costs that it would take. What was the damage at that point in Linnome? Because
in
it's
Kållered, yeah.
yeah, because mostly when you have an assignment to make something resilient, you get two questions. One, what is your budget? And the second one, of course, is related to the required space that it would take. Or you would say, well, if this cannot happen again, like in Copenhagen, after the cloudburst, they said, well, there's so much damage. It was 150 millimeters in 2 hours. So that would mean that this cannot happen again. And the same amount as damage, we will put in climate resilient adaptive measures so that if this cloudburst happens again with the same amount, it would it shouldn't have any damage anymore, which is smart, and it's really been a best management practices in the Netherlands at least, but also in other cases. So if we talk about numbers, would that be something you could take a guess? What would be the damage or the budget, or how many cubic of waters should we put in this rain tool? What would be the challenge in the Climatecafé? Yeah.
This I would love to have someone calculate on this. I know that about 60,000 cars couldn't pass on the main highway.
Okay.
Between that connects Oslo with Copenhagen. There is probably a number of how many houses that had their basement partly destroyed. But I never seen a number in money.
No.
Julia or Urban, do you know?
No.
But obviously there should be cost, but it's not all the cost is it's from the same budget. We're talking different budgets now, which is the cost on society basis or the municipality budget.
Yeah. So then the challenge is to make as much storage for water with limited cost. Yeah.
Yeah, that's still the challenge. Yes.
Yeah, that's a very hard challenge. Yeah. No,
But
I
that's why
think
the multifunctional spaces are so good, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like parking spaces and along infrastructure and existing roads and stuff. Because
Yeah.
then we make, well, we do stuff there anyway. We plant trees and bushes and we make it nice, and the parking spaces as well are being used for something. So in a sort of way, depending on what budget it is, of course, but it can be used for both things. So we can sort of squeeze climate adaptation into there,
Yeah.
so to
Yeah.
speak.
Yeah. Yeah. Using existing infrastructure is mostly the most. Yeah. Do you know there's a parking garage in Rotterdam? Sorry, I use Rotterdam again, but actually I'm quite a fan of the city. But they use a parking garage. Then when it in the season that we can have very high intensive rain, they use the basement. You cannot park there. They use it as a flooding area. It's like a huge storage. And of course, you know, yeah, they pump it empty and then you can use it again. I think that's quite smart. Yeah, that's of course one of the examples that, yeah, it's using existing infrastructure. Also, the water squares. You know, when you renew a water square or a square, you can make it into a water square, for example, with limited additional cost. But of course, that needs a strategy and knowing that this is possible, of course. And I think areas like urban showed really on a detailed level, this is an area that we can use, and then you can do the calculations as we did in the Climatecafé to have a estimation of cost and limited cost and have a maximum storage value. Yeah, it's nice. It's a good
And
strategy.
if I can add one thing, there is also to try to make Lindome more attractive. This is the central park closest to the city center. We would like to Lindome to develop and become more attractive for people and visitors and so on. So
the politicians are looking at Lindome right now. They're very eager to develop things there. So that is to advantage for us then in developing the park.
Yeah, that's great input for tomorrow as well. Indeed, tomorrow we'll spend the day on design thinking and well, creativity and how to come up with solutions that target these challenges. And it's really good input from you on this. And indeed, to focus on, like you said, making it that it can answer a few of those challenges at the same time, multifunctional. That it is more attractive, making the area more attractive, safe. So feeling safe and this creating less fear of water and instead like living with the water and basing the solutions nature-based and creating awareness with that and focusing on less technical. So I think it's a lot to take out for you guys, like for the students here who are here, and we can use it tomorrow. So I hope you took some notes as well. And yeah, it's really useful actually, this session. So we know what could we design on, what kind of points, criteria tomorrow. Yeah. Do you guys have any questions, the students, towards the guests that we have today? Looking at the time, we have like 15 more minutes, so I thought it would be good to give you the floor as well. If you have some questions based on what you wrote or something that you're not sure of, think of things that can also help you tomorrow when you start designing, creating.
Long silence. Did we discuss enough?
Maybe I see some thinking faces, so
Yeah.
they perhaps need a few minutes. Yeah, Linda?
Yeah, I thought maybe I can ask a question in the meantime, because how much do you speak with inhabitants about climate adaptation? How are the inhabitants of Lindome, for example, or the other areas, are they concerned? Do you know that?
Are they informed already through some campaigns or?
I think in general, the public in Sweden is not very much concerned at all by these things when it comes to climate change. Don't know about Lindome, but I saw recently on the news they spoke to people just moved into new apartment houses right up next to the sea in the south of Sweden, and some city which is growing. And they asked the people that just bought for millions of Swedish crowns their home, and what about climate change? What about if the seawater rises, if the level rises? And they said that, I guess someone already thought of that. I just want to live here right now because it's really nice. So I think in general, people aren't that concerned, and when it's very difficult to speak about climate change and weather. So it's pouring down, it's bad weather, but is it climate change? If it's been pouring down many more times the past 3 years than when I grew up, perhaps I can make that, maybe something is happening. But one cloudburst is not climate change. It could be, but it's not. So I think people are talking. They are concerned about it's raining too much and it's not. But then people are not thinking, this is part of the climate change and we need to do something sustainable to solve this.
So, for instance, housing prices or those things are not influenced by risk areas, or
not at all at the moment.
No,
in
okay.
Sweden, no.
I think the people at Lindom are the ones that get in contact with us when they want to, or concern planning, if they in industry want to develop or they want to look at the housing and stuff in that area. We obviously we can inform them then. Well, we know we have the river here, we have issues in the area, like the larger fields down south there, floods every now and then. So I think the people at Lindom are sort of aware, but they know that we have these large surfaces in the park and the fields there that we have them. I don't think they're really worried about it, but when they come to us and want to plan something or develop or build something, then we have to inform them that this is probably going to be an issue and that's going to affect what you want to do. But that's further down when they actually know what they want to do, when they get to the sketching and stuff like that. You have to make sort of adaptations where you put the buildings and things like that. So it's those who work with that sort of thing that are a little bit more aware, I think, that we have to adapt to where the river is and different things like that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
I have a question. When we are going to design tomorrow, are there specific locations near our project location that are for interest in you? That's one. And are there specific locations that are going to be developed in case of livability that we can take in account when we are going to develop with climate adaptation?
There were those that I talked about, the city center there that we're sort of doing now, and also the industrial area south of the main road that goes through. That we would be very interesting if you find something that we can take with us into, it's obviously a bit further away long term, but if there's something that we can have with us in very early stages of planning, then we can sometimes work that into the planning, even if we don't own the land or stuff like that within the process of developing the area. So that would be of interest to us from my side.
And the park, right? The area that Urban you showed us before, this area of the.
Yes, I am. Since I will be project managing that and doing the designs, I'm very interested in that area. If you have some good ideas.
Okay, great.
I see Thomas nodding, so he has great ideas. I know Thomas.
Yes.
Yeah.
And is it clear for you, Thomas, where is the industrial area and center, like what Julia just mentioned, just so that we are sure that we know?
Yeah, I think the industrial area is the area which Cherkian focused on as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, if you, I'm not sure if that's too far away then now, but where the fields are south of the industrial area is where it gathers today when it floods. But so we do want to be able to keep most of that as it is, because areas where you can potentially do farming is very important according to the law here. So we have to protect those areas. So if there are fields or areas where you can in the future do farming, we have to protect them anyway. So those fields there we want to preserve most as they are there, so they can be flooded and potentially used for farming in the future.
Noted. Yeah, very interesting.
So they can be used for flooding, but they have to be preserved as fields.
Well, we don't want to develop those basically. So even if within that circle that you got, that we want to sort of focus in that area, the Lindomer Center within the 1,000 meter, I think that's the furthest or sort of south down in that circle, but we don't want to do anything there because it is fields there today and they do flood, and we want to be able to take that as an opportunity that this is actually doing this naturally, and we want to keep it that way. So we don't want to change much around there, so we can do that.
It wouldn't be an option like to put some wetlands or something like that in a way.
I'm not sure, we don't own the land there, I think. So we can't really do anything there anyway. It would be if we had a large plan for the whole area, we could, but I don't think we own that land there either. It's a private owner.
Would you have a map on the ownership of that area actually, or?
We do have a map of ownership actually.
That might be helpful.
Mm.
If that's something we can share.
Do you want me to make a picture and send it or show or?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because it would be good for tomorrow as well to have concrete. Yeah, if you if you have a picture to share that we can use in the, or if you want to tell something about it, that will be fine as well, of course.
Yeah, if we have the files, I can put them in the Miro board where we're working on the whole week. So everything is in the same space. Any other questions from you?
We have been going on for 2 hours without a break, by the way. That's what I...
Yeah, and they have been here since 9 in the morning.
Yeah.
With the cognitive mapping and storytelling and whoa. Also, this is new, so it's quite a lot for the students. Yeah.
But I think it's been helpful, a lot of information.
Yeah.
And now you can design every climate adaptation with the tool, calculate cost, and tell it to Julia or Urban or Lisa, and then get feedback on that's too expensive, or we need more cubic meters. So that could be, and we pinpointed some locations that are very successful. So and some best management practices. So
I think also
we
should focus on approaching it from a few angles. So if it would be a technical or nature-based solution proposal, that it also targets ways to create awareness around it, or to include the citizens, or like how to live in harmony with water, and yeah, to put that input in there as well. Not only factual, but numbers. But yeah, very exciting.
Great.
Yeah.
I think it's been a good day, very productive, everyone, and
yes. Yes. I think it will be good to say a big thank you to all the to everyone in the room, virtual room, but also to all our guests and stakeholders who came in for this session. Your input was very useful, and we can really also note it down for tomorrow and for the designing phase. Perhaps it's an idea to stay a bit with the students for 5 minutes more or so, or do it now, but we wanted to have a look, just like yesterday, kind of like a checkout. How was today for you, and how did you experience all the elements? Yeah, so we can do a quick checkout now. Would be lovely to hear from you guys also.
So thank you all stakeholders, and then we continue to the Miro board, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you all.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, Urban, Julia, Lisa,
Yeah, see you on
Björn.
Friday.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice.
Hey, great. Well, maybe like yesterday, we can go to the Miro just for a few minutes. By the way, I
I will
downloaded
step out.
these files. So, okay.
Yes.
Bye, Flores.
Bye.
Yes, you see my screen. So just like yesterday, like we made this, So it's just a way to in a playful way, maybe you can add an emoji of how you feel about today, or post it with some words. Can also share it with us by speaking. That would be great while you're putting it on there so that we know what you mean. I guess it's overload again. We can feel you, but yeah.
A lot of this.
Yeah.
Blowing your hands. That's also how I feel. Yeah.
Well, maybe you can share now with us what you put in there.
The light bulb is missing because I'm having so many ideas right now.
Oh, maybe we can see if there is a light bulb emoji. Where are the emojis? Here. I will look it up for you.
All right.
Light bulb. Oh, no. There is a lightning.
Let's see.
Oh, here. I found it.
Oh, cool.
Here.
Big one in the middle.
Yeah. Very nice. Well, does anyone else likes to share what they put in there?
I got the mind blown, man, with because there are a lot of new tools, very nice tools actually. And you still need to figure out the first one today, but the rain tool was also very nice. Yeah, very intensive, but very interesting.
Yeah. Nice. Thanks. Well, we're happy to hear that.
I also used the mind blow and a smiley face with a zipper because, yeah, unfortunately I couldn't join in the morning, although I really wanted to participate in the meeting with stakeholders. But I'm really glad that you presented the main ideas afterwards, so it helped me to jump in. But yeah, today is really a lot of new information because measures that you all usually use, I'm not very familiar with those tools, so it was a bit tricky for me to think what to implement and why. But yeah, it was nevertheless, it was really interesting.
Yeah, cool. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow as well.
Yeah, tomorrow I will be able to be all day, so it should be better.
Perfect. Yeah, we are going to, like we just mentioned, but we're gonna go. So in the morning oh, wait. I want to hear also Sylvie. How was it for you? And from everyone, and then I will do a small recap of tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello. It was really interesting to her, but for me it was also a bit searching. Like I haven't been here the other days and tomorrow. Yeah, because there was something going on. But yeah, then it was a bit like I had to check in a bit because I didn't really know the stakeholders and the real case.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, and it's hard to it's almost impossible to catch up on 3 days, with so much information. So I can understand, but still nice that you joined us for a session. And if you have more questions or want to know more about one of these tools and how to use them, you can also always approach us personally.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah. And thanks for coming in today. All right. Thomas or Cherkian, would you like to say something? Oh, I think Cherkian, you already said the mind blown emoji. And Thomas?
Yeah, I think it was very interesting, all the tools we got to practice. Like the scenario planning tool is very interesting and I think very helpful also in designing areas. and to understand the area, and you can make a whole flow chart and mind map, and you know which spots to tackle when you make something like that. And the rain tool was very cool. Yeah, lots of ideas, and I'm getting excited for tomorrow for the designing.
Nice. I have an idea, hearing so many times the idea word. Just on the spot, but can I make an idea box here? How do I do that? Bring to front, yes. Here, below the emojis. I thought maybe I make an idea box because you are all saying that you had quite a lot. So feel free to put post-its and record them here. It can help you for tomorrow, just so it doesn't skip your head. Like you can also do that in your own notebook, but I just thought, well, it can be also handy just to write it down already. So we can take some minutes for that. It's okay. Oh, you can do it now or later. Yes, indeed. But just thought it might be helpful to have an idea box. All right. Well, you can feel free to finish your notes and write more things. I don't want to stop you, but just more wanted to give you a small recap of the plan for tomorrow. So tomorrow from 9 to 10, we're going to have a guest. His name is Professor Tirone Martinsson. He is a professor at the Art Academy in Gothenburg, and he does research into the Arctic and glaciers. But he does that from an artistic perspective, from the perspective of photography, or he uses the tool of photography to document his research, to document the changes in that area, but also to create awareness. Next to that, he invited a person he's working with. His name is Eric, and he's a 3D modeler. So he works in some kind of software where they can actually show the scale of a glacier. And very interestingly, a few times what they did was compare the scale of a glacier to the scale of a city. So, well, interesting thought to keep in mind, but we are more related to glaciers than we think, actually, in our daily life. So, and art as a means to create awareness. And he's working on a very big project with virtual reality, how to get his research and the experiences he has to people. And that is a big project in a museum that's going to be executed in in the future. So that's quite interesting and inspirational to kind of kickstart the morning. We're going to have a discussion with them. That's from 9 to 10, so that's the first hour. And from then we can take a small coffee break, and from 10:30 to 12, we can look into design thinking. I will be introducing this tool to you, and we will do some exercises on how to summarize based on what we found out by now, and use it to ideate, come up with ideas. You can also build upon the ideas that you come up with today, and how to visualize that and prototype it just very quickly and in a simple way, but to already kickstart your process. So you can visualize and experiment. And then the afternoon we will spend into preparing the presentation. So whatever idea you come up with and you like to work out further, it can be in a duo, in a group, or individually. So we can see tomorrow what emerges. And you have time to develop that further after the design thinking workshop and work it out, either, like I said, together or individual. I will be available, and we can work it in the shape by the end of the day into a presentation, because on Friday we are going to have a symposium or seminar, mini seminar. It's from 9 to 12, and it's organized by the stakeholders. So there is a program for these hours, and part of the program, we are part of the program, you are. So there is space to present your presentations and your ideas. And like you saw, the people, the stakeholders, they're super open and quite casual. They're very excited to hear, what you have in mind, and doesn't have to be entirely thought out concept, but also all kinds of crazy and new ideas are welcome too. But why we are doing this Climate Cafe also is in this way is that you could see that throughout getting to know the stakeholders and having them involved, you can really embed yourself in the local challenge that the community is facing. So the more you know about it, the more you have contact with them, the more the ideas that will come up tomorrow will be relevant on Friday to them. And the cool part is that they are very much willing to implement your ideas and move it forward. So there is the why behind it is quite exciting too, that you can have a big impact with your ideas and well, yeah, can be a part of reality afterwards. So yeah, that will be the close off of today. I will stop sharing my screen. Want to say thank you again for the whole session and the long day, and let's take a screen break and well, finish off. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
It's
guys.
really, really
Thank
nice.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.